A Ghoul in the Woods. From Anonymous. I lived in a little town in Maryland, right on the border with Virginia and West Virginia. My town was very old, established in the 1700s. It was originally established right on the banks of the Potomac River. Back in the day, a lot of people drowned whenever the river would flood, so the woods surrounding the river were considered by some to be haunted. Anyway, it was summer break, and being the raging insomniac I was, I always enjoyed summer break because I could stay up later than normal. This incident, however, took place when I wasn't allowed to be out. On that particular night, I had stayed out late, came home, and then spent a couple of hours tossing and turning, trying to sleep. Finally, around 3 a.m., I gave up, deciding to sneak out and walk around in the woods. I've had my fair share of creepy experiences, but I'd never had any in the woods up to this point, so I had no reason to doubt my safety. So I slipped out the back door, went down the road, across the train tracks, and into the forest. Now, there were lots of reasons why a 15-year-old girl shouldn't be wandering those woods at night. And there were junkies that frequented the area, as well as other less than tasteful characters. But I was dumb, and also not the type to scare easily. I had my trusty knife in my jacket pocket, as well as my phone for a flashlight, and my iPod, as I loved listening to music. As I walked through the woods, staying off the path, and keeping the hood on my jacket up, I was trying to draw as little attention to myself as possible. No one ever bothered me there. I decided to walk through a part of the woods that I frequented during the day, but I never bothered to explore it at night. There was a tiny clearing there with the foundation of an old building. I always assumed it used to be a house, as well as an old log I liked to sit on. As I entered the area, immediately, it felt off. It felt different compared to the daytime. It was like I wasn't alone. I took one of my earbuds out and cautiously continued forward, more curious than frightened. Whatever else was there with me didn't feel normal, so I thought it might be some kind of animal, something that could be dangerous, but I wanted to see what it was. As I crept toward the edge of the clearing and peeked through the trees, I saw something that made my heart stop. There was a figure. At first, I thought it was a person, someone down on all fours, but then I noticed the way it moved. It was slightly jerky in its motion, and its bone formation looked odd. Its legs were long, kind of shaped like a dog's. Its arms were very long too, but human in shape. It had impossibly long, claw-like fingers, and its skin was a grayish-white. It was terribly skinny. I could see bones protruding through its skin. Yet somehow, despite its appearance, it seemed strong. Like if it got a hold of me, it could snap me in half without issue. It was wandering around the building, around the foundation, like it was looking for something. I saw a backpack lying nearby. It looked like it had been torn to shreds by that thing over there. And with the moonlight filtering through the trees, I could tell it was covered in stains that looked to be blood. I knew it hadn't noticed me yet. Its face was looking the other way, and that was fine by me because I did not want it to see me. Whatever it was bad news, obviously, so I slowly began to back away. Then, a slight breeze blew up from behind me. The creature stopped, and it stood stock still for a moment. It appeared to be sniffing the air. I kept backing away, keeping my eyes fixed on it. It slowly began to turn its head towards me, and I got a good look at its face. It almost looked like a person, but its jaw was much more pronounced and looked stronger than a normal human. It had very thin lips and very jagged, sharp, and yet human-like teeth. Its eyes were the worst. They were bigger than those of a man, and they were black, a kind of black that seemed to suck all life and light into it. And it had a crazed look to it. I'm not sure how to describe it, but it had this starved look in its eyes, like it was ready to devour anything within reach. I couldn't scream. I could barely move. The thing then gave this low, guttural growl. It grew louder and higher pitched until it became this inhuman shriek. I'd never heard anything like it before, or since. It pierced my eardrums. That was all I needed to hear. I turned and bolted, heading straight for the path. I was a track and cross-country runner back then. I could be pretty quick when my adrenaline hit, but I didn't look back because I knew if I did, that thing would catch me. I could hear it crashing around behind me. I could tell by the sound it was on all fours. I was barely staying ahead of it when I burst through the tree line onto the trail. I promptly crashed into someone. It was a man. He had a scraggly brown beard, a red hat, and the distinct smell and appearance of someone who had been living in the outdoors for a while. He began to ask me if I was okay, what was wrong. And then he looked over my shoulder, and all the color drained from his face. I felt a searing pain across my back. I screamed and fell forward. The man screamed too, and the creature turned its attention to him. I took the opportunity to pull myself back to my feet and run. I could hear the man screaming behind me, but I couldn't hear the creature following me. So I just kept going. I refused to look back, and I didn't stop running until I made it the 1.5 miles back home. I shut the door. I locked it. I ran around the house making sure everything was locked. I ran to my room and I hid under the covers and cried. I wondered what happened to the man and what that creature was. Eventually, I drifted off to sleep. I assume from exhaustion. When I woke the next day, my back felt like it was on fire. I removed my jacket and t-shirt, seeing that they'd been ripped clean through with 4 large claw marks. My phone, knife, and iPod were gone. I guess I lost them while trying to escape. I went to the bathroom and examined my back. I had 4 deep gashes along my back. They were red and inflamed with dried blood all around the area. I cleaned it off, threw the ruined clothes away, and tried to forget about it. Then I saw the paper a few days later. The police had found a body matching the description of the man I'd run into. It said that he had been attacked by a wild dog. He was alive when they found him, but barely. He was rushed to the hospital, and the paper clipping included that he had been treated for an unknown mental disorder as well, and warned parents to keep a close eye on their kids. I can only assume what he might have said to them for them to think that. To this day, I wonder what happened to him after that. I still feel guilty for basically leading the creature to him and then abandoning him. But something in me knows that if I hadn't crossed paths with him, I wouldn't be alive today. Following that night, and for several years after, I avoided those woods, even during the day, until I eventually moved across the country. I told that story to a few of my friends, many of which laughed it off. I described the creature as a ghoul because I couldn't think of a better word at the time. Since then, I've heard stories of creatures with similar appearances, and I think I might have come face to face with a Wendigo. I obviously can't be completely sure that's what it was, and part of me hopes I never do find out. That ghoul and the screams of the man, the sound of that inhuman growling shriek, all of it still haunts my nightmares, even now, though it's been 7 years since it happened. It's not something I'm going to forget. Wendigo of 1995, from Brody E. This story happened to me about 24 years ago, in the late fall of 1995 when I was 13 years old. I'd been at a friend's house till around 10:30 p.m., and I had set out alone on my way back home. I took my usual shortcut through the woods when I heard a sudden bellowing roar. I dropped my flashlight, spinning around looking in the direction I thought the noise had come from, but I couldn't see a thing. Reassuring myself there was nothing there, I went to grab my flashlight. I bent over to pick it up when I heard a twig snap right in front of me. I jerked my head up, and then I saw it. It looked like a deer, but with limbs contorted in a way that made its silhouette look human. I fell over backwards, quickly pulling myself to my feet, and then I ran blindly through the woods. At some point, I crashed into a tree and I blacked out. When I woke up, I was lying on my back, my nose and head throbbing. I could feel blood from my broken nose trickling down my face. I looked at my watch, which read 12:01 a.m. Then I scanned my surroundings. I yanked myself to my feet and walked through the woods without a flashlight until sunrise. I then slowly made my way out of the woods and onto the street. I walked to my front door and collapsed from exhaustion. When I woke up, I was in a hospital bed for an apparent broken arm, but I was released the next day. That wraps up my quick but rather creepy story. I'm not sure what I saw, but now that I have 3 kids of my own, I always make sure that if they walk home after dark, they have friends or an adult with them. There are things out there, whether you believe the legends or not, so it's better safe than sorry. My first time camping didn't end well. From Kirsten B. A few years ago, I had some time off from work, so I decided to go camping at a national forest for the first time. This place was a couple of hours away from me and was frequented by many hikers, mountain bikers, and campers. Plus, it was rated 5 stars on Google Maps. As it was, I grew up in a very large city and rarely went into the countryside, so I never really experienced the natural outdoors or anything woodsy. I decided it was as good a time as any for me to get out and see what camping feels like. I called up my friend Jake, who goes camping a lot, and I asked if I could borrow some of his camping stuff. He's a down-to-earth type of guy who loves going RVing and camping. He tried to introduce me to camping a lot. He asked me to go along with a few of his friends on some trips before, but I was always too busy, and I said no. So hearing me ask to borrow some of his camping gear, finally, it got him excited, and he quickly said yes. Unfortunately, he was already on a trip and couldn't give me the stuff directly, so I had to go to his apartment and search for it myself. My car full of snacks and water and some other things, I drove out of the city and onto the highway. It took a couple of hours, and there was some traffic along the way, but I finally made it there and pulled into the parking area. The whole place was gorgeous and smelled so fresh, nothing like what you experience in the city. I unloaded whatever I needed from my car and began making my way onto a little trail. This specific area was a camping zone, and anyone could come over and set up their tent here. So I walked for a few minutes and eventually found a flat, uninhabited place not too far from my car. It was just far enough that I felt alone and in the presence of the woods, but still close in case of an emergency. There I lay under the trees in the darkness, relaxing in my tent, waiting to fall asleep. For some reason, I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was out there watching me, but I considered it normal. I was the nervous type, and this was my first time camping after all. I've never really been afraid of things, but as much as I tried to fall asleep, it felt as if my entire body was ringing an alarm bell, trying to tell me to get out of harm's way. But what danger could there be? Another hour passed, and I was still staring at my smartphone, unable to fall asleep. I tossed and turned, but my anxious feeling never let up, so I decided to unzip the tent and go outside to stretch. The woods around me were quiet, and nothing seemed afoot. Clearly, it was jitters from being alone in the woods for the first time, like I said. And I even tried some breathing exercises that I've seen on the internet. But time went on, and I still could not shake the feeling. I decided enough was enough. Maybe I could get some sleep in my car for the night. I left most of my stuff in the tent except for some essentials, and I started to walk onto the trail and back to my car. I made it 20 feet or so when I suddenly heard the audible sound of a dry branch snapping. It came from about 50 feet to my left. Something heavy clearly just stepped on a piece of dry wood, which meant I was in fact not alone out here. All of the jitters I had up until that point were instantly vindicated. Fear rushed into my chest at full speed, my whole upper body tightened up, and my heart started pounding heavily. I froze and quickly shone my flashlight at the trees, trying to see who or what it could have been. It was dark, and my flashlight barely lit up anything, so I tried yelling in a loud voice to scare it away. Maybe it was a wild animal after all, just passing through. Not to mention, it possibly could have just been a branch that fell from a tree. No, that was certainly a crunch, as if a larger weight was applied to the top of it. Something definitely stepped on a branch. It was there with me. I was not alone. I decided I wasn't taking any chances and swiftly started running to my car. Again, I heard something skittering beyond the trees. Something was following me. It was fast, faster than I thought a human could run. It followed me half of the way down, but suddenly stopped, for some reason. I didn't know why. I ran and ran until I finally got to my car in a cold sweat, in a daze. The small parking lot was almost full with parked cars, but not a soul was around. I quickly got in my car and locked the doors. Whatever was out there, I was at least locked inside my car to be away from it. I felt a bit safer and was glad to have some sense of security. I hoped it hadn't followed me, so I silently waited in my car for another hour because I didn't feel like sleeping yet. It was probably 3 or 4 a.m. at the time. I was so tired that I began to doze off, the very thing I wanted to avoid. It also began raining, and I was hot, so I opened the window a crack to let in some fresh air. It was very calming listening to the rain, and I was halfway asleep. That's when I heard the sound of something scratching against the car. Immediately, I jumped up and looked around, but it was pitch black out. I didn't want to turn my flashlight on, just in case it was a bear or something. But after a few minutes of nothing, I gently took a peek out of the window. Then I decided to hit the car horn. Maybe that would scare it away. After another minute, I stopped honking the horn and went outside to see if it was there. With such a loud noise, it must have gotten scared away, running off into the woods, I thought. At this point, I just wanted to get away from the place and decided I was going to drive to a nearby Walmart parking lot, or something like that, and I'd go home in the morning. So I turned my car on and my headlights on. I flipped my windshield wipers on, and to my astonishment and horror, a tall, thick-necked guy with a heavily scarred face that looked more like a bulldog than a person was standing about 40 feet in front of my car. He was drooling incessantly. I gasped and instinctively clenched the steering wheel in horror. He suddenly got on all fours like he was an animal and began to walk sideways towards the car. I could see something glistening in his hand, which appeared to be a knife. I slammed my car into drive quickly making a U-turn to the left where the exit was. He was still chasing me on all fours, at a speed that shouldn't have been possible like that. Add onto that the fact that he wasn't wearing any clothes, and he seemed more animal than person. Despite me driving in my car, the guy nearly reached me, but I luckily made it to the road and safely drove away. I was so terrified and disturbed after that I did not go back to get the rest of the stuff. I had to pay my friend back quite a bit for all the stuff I left. I went a few days later in daylight out of curiosity though, but all the stuff was gone. These days I always shudder at the thought of him stalking me for hours, or watching me as I lay alone in the tent. I reported him to the police the next day, and I hope he was caught. This is probably not the usual camping experience for most, but I guess it's safe to say that people should always be aware of their surroundings when camping, and always carry some type of self-defense, especially if you're a girl. This doesn't mean I'm going to go camping ever again, but it was definitely a surreal learning experience. It looked like the rake. From Haunted Vacuum 420. It was several years ago when I was 10 and my older stepbrother was 11. My dad and stepmom had just gotten married, and me and my stepbro were home alone at around 5:30 a.m. We were watching Netflix. Well, we were trying to, but it just kept buffering. So, being impatient kids, we decided to go outside and practice bow shooting instead, which is what we did a lot. There was a lot of dew on the ground outside, and the sun was just beginning to come up. It took us a couple of minutes to walk over to our target practice spot. We had fired a few arrows, then my stepbrother started acting skittish for whatever reason. We took another round of turns, but when his next turn came up, he turned white. He said to me, "I think I'll sit this one out," which I thought was weird because he was so eager to get out of there. I shot a few more arrows, but then while I was aiming, he shook me and pointed at an old burn pile a good deal away. That's when I felt a shock. What the hell was I looking at? A white, lifeless-looking face was half peeked out from behind the pile. Me, my stepbrother, and the creature stared at one another, eye to eye, for what I think was about 2 minutes. Then my stepbrother moved his foot onto a twig, causing it to break and echo. I guess it scared the creature, because it made a screeching sound that I'll never forget, something akin to a panther being murdered by a screech owl. I remember the two of us running inside and locking the door until my dad got home. All I can say is we didn't go outside alone again. I don't know what we saw, but it scared the living daylights out of me. Pale humanoid in my house. From Foreign Replacement. I'm a 21-year-old guy who's been suffering from insomnia since the beginning of puberty, so going to bed at 2 to 4 in the morning isn't unusual for me, let alone having trouble staying asleep, even after I work long shifts. I live in a fairly small town that is known for hauntings, satanic rituals, Bigfoot sightings, you name it. There's even a desert nearby where people report skinwalkers. Personally, I've always seen and heard things ever since I can remember. It started when I was very young with tapping on my bedroom walls, hearing children giggling outside in the middle of the night, when I myself am the youngest in the family. Of all the things that I've seen and heard, this particular event kind of freaks me out the most. This happened back in January, one night at about 2 in the morning. I was using the bathroom playing on my phone as most people often do, when I heard a few footsteps outside the bathroom door. My mom and older sister were in the house with me, so I figured it might have been one of them, waiting for me to get out of the bathroom. I finish up quick and go back to my room, but along the way I noticed my mother and my sister were sleeping. I chalked it up to hearing something, nothing unusual as I've seen a little girl in my house. It's not like she was a threat, plus I left the lamp in the living room on just in case I wanted to go back there and turn on the console for a little gaming session. Getting back to my room, I listened to some music and I finally started getting tired close to 3. So I got up to go back to the bathroom to brush my teeth and to take my contacts out for the night. I turned off my music so as to not wake up my mom, whose room is down the hall from mine. But almost as soon as I did, I heard more footsteps and a very audible hush. I thought that was odd, sure. I've heard voices at night before, but that was definitely creepy. I kept telling myself I was just hearing things. If I just don't show fear, these things won't bother me. But I looked into the living room to be safe. I wanted to be sure there wasn't someone wandering around the house. I wish I hadn't done that. There was something there I'd never seen before in my life, and it was disturbing. It was crouched behind one of the chairs in the living room. This was impossible, considering just how tall it was. The way its thin, frail body was folded up, I could tell it was unimaginably tall. The lamp near it was still on, and I got a good look at it. Long, gangly arms, almost human-like hands with very long nails at the end of each finger. It was crouched so that it was maybe 3 feet tall, but had it been standing, I'd guess it would reach a height of at least 8 feet. It was pale white with no obvious hairs growing on its body, and the face was humanoid in shape, but the thing had deep, dark holes in it. I guess those were its eyes. Its mouth was shut, so I didn't get a good look as to what kind of teeth it may have had. It moved a little to try to crouch more in a poor attempt to hide itself. As it did this, I noticed its movements were slow, like a video game character's movements were lagging. Holding in a scream, I immediately went back into my room and shut the door, hoping it wouldn't come in since I didn't have a lock on the door. I stayed in my room for about an hour and a half. All that while, I could hear small squeals and footsteps, even tapping on the door. Eventually, it stopped, and I heard my sister walking past the room to go to the bathroom. I opened the door and saw that creature wasn't there anymore. My half-asleep sister didn't say a word when she walked past, and still didn't say anything as she went back to bed. I guess she assumed I was just hearing things again and couldn't sleep. It's not like I could say anything. I was kind of just astounded or silenced by fear. It was 4:30 a.m. then, and I still could not sleep. I quickly went to the bathroom to fill my contact case with solution. Then I took my case back to my room. Before taking my contacts out, I remembered the living room lamp was still on. Although I was dreading it, I had to turn off the lamp unless I wanted to be yelled at for wasting electricity. I thought it was stupid and childish that I would be more worried about being yelled at than encountering this thing in my house face to face. I ran to the living room to turn off that lamp, then I ran back to my room just like a scared little child would. I took out my contacts, then I hid under my blanket. Needless to say, I slept with my light on. Even some nights after that, I would hear tapping on the walls coming from outside. I had no doubts it was that same thing again. I got about 2 hours of sleep that night, but fear, doubt, and caffeine kept me awake the next day. I've done some research as to what it could have been. There are only 2 things that come to mind: the Wendigo spirit and the rake. Flesh Eater from Gesundheit. Part 1. I grew up in the great outdoors of Colorado. My nearly middle-class family lived in what was nothing more than a cottage in the cold but plentiful wilderness of Colorado. Dad worked as a semi-truck driver. He was barely ever home. Mom took care of my older brother Derek and I, and maintained the house. We lived down a dirt road, down another dirt road. But there was always something to do, like picking tomatoes and onions in my mother's garden, walking to my nearby friend's house to play some games on his PS2, or just going with my brother to go fishing. Though we didn't have the biggest house and not a lot of money, we did have quite a bit of land, albeit overgrown and mostly cheap land. There was a small pond on part of it, and near that pond was an old shed, or more of a shack, I guess, which my dad revitalized and turned into a sort of fishing shack. It had 2 little cots in it, and a working but small fireplace. When my dad had some time at home, we would often go out there with them and do some fishing. The pond was large, and there was always plenty of fish to catch, so long as we kept an eye out for snapping turtles. They'll drain your pond of fish real quick, those greedy little suckers. One weekend, my brother and I were bored, and my dad was not going to be home. We asked my mom if we could walk over to the shack and stay the night. It'd be a lot of fun to do some fishing. It may not be the tastiest meal, but there's something nostalgic about skinning some fish right quick after catching it, and throwing it over the fire. Plus, we could take a lot home and surprise Dad. He loved fish. Getting the okay from my mom, we packed up our fishing poles and Dad's tackle box, setting out to the pond. At the time, I was 10 years old, and my older brother was 14. Derek, my brother, was pretty rowdy. The type of kid who, once he discovered cursing, cursed way too much every chance he got, thinking it made him an adult. I remember walking to the pond with him that night, and he asked me if I spit or swallow. Being 10 years old, I had no idea what he was talking about, not realizing this was a self-defeating question. After a 20-minute walk, we made it to the shack. There were still a couple of hours of sunlight left, so we burst out of the trail and raced toward the pond's edge. But we soon stopped. Something smelled wrong, and as we made our way to the edge of the water, we found it. Dozens, if not 100 fish, pulled ashore, half eaten, then tossed to the side. Immediately, we both frowned, and my brother angrily muttered, "Snapping turtle." We gathered up the dead fish, all that we could find anyway, then tossed them in a neat pile on the wood's edge, out of the way. It didn't really do much for the smell, though. If this was a snapper, we were going to have to tell my dad. He had a trap for him that we didn't know how to set up or use, and we were afraid we were going to lose it in the pond if we tried. We kept an eye out in the water for it, but never did see anything out of the ordinary. We did do our fishing, sitting there with our lines in the water for nearly 2 hours, and not a single bite. Thing is, I knew that there would still be fish in there, so maybe they were just cautious, scared, and they needed some more time to propagate. After 2 unlucky hours of no fish, we hunkered down in the cabin as the night grew cold. We got a fire going in the small fireplace. We sat around it, keeping warm and keeping each other company. My brother talked about school and discussed a lot of the girls he was interested in, which at that age I didn't understand. I'd never thought of my female classmates as pretty, though I did have a lot of female friends. When I explained this to him, he looked at me and laughed. "Cart, just give it a couple years. Then all you'll think about is girls and girls." "No, I won't," I replied, feeling offended for some reason that I didn't understand. He squeezed me on the neck and shoulder with a finger and a thumb. This tickled a lot, and I winced and tried to get him off of me. And then he said, "Oh, I see. So you're boy crazy." I pushed him off of me, exclaiming, "No, at least I'm not afraid of the dark." He rolled his eyes at me. "What are you talking about? You're more afraid of the dark than I am." I was going to retort with something, but I remembered I had to sleep with my mom in her bed just a couple of nights before. I'd had a bad dream. We sat back and we got quiet for a while. Then I looked over at him and asked him a curious question I had. "Why are people afraid of the dark?" Derek looked at me, then looked back at the fire. "I don't know. Guess 'cause you can't see what's in there. Isn't it just scary when you can't see anything? Try closing your eyes and walking out into the woods one day. Would be pretty scary, wouldn't it?" I nodded. "Nothing to be scared of out here, though," I said. I was an ignorant and confident little kid. "Well, I wouldn't say that," Derek replied. "You're just trying to scare me. There's no such thing as monsters," I explained to him, like a little know-it-all. "Well, Cart, it doesn't have to be monsters. There are animals out there. Dad said he saw a cougar on one of the trail cams. Cougars eat people." Being 10 years old and hearing this from my older brother really scared the crap out of me. I didn't like where the conversation was going, but I was morbidly curious. "How big are they?" I asked. "About as big as Dad." Derek could not finish his sentence, because suddenly there came a loud sound from outside the cabin. It seemed distant, but still quite loud. It was a windy scream, like a violent wind flowing through a cavern. A scream of pain, though you could be mistaken for guessing it didn't come from an animal at all. You could probably guess I jumped right out of my skin. "What's that?" I demanded to know from Derek. "Speak of the devil," Derek said. "Cougars are known to scream like that." "What do we do?" Having turned to face the door of the shack, where the sound had been coming, he looked back at me and smiled. "It's not gonna bother us. Cougars are scared of people." I didn't believe that for a second. He had been about to say that they can get as big as Dad. Something as big as our dad. Why would it be scared of two little kids? Didn't make sense to me, and we hadn't brought any real protection with us. I'd seen plenty of scary movies by then, and if a big cat was anything like my Hollywood monsters, it could burst right through the shack's walls and grab me by the hair, dragging me out to be eaten. "I want to go home," I told Derek. He placed his hands on my shoulders and reassured me. "Nothing's gonna happen, it doesn't even know we're here, and it's not going to bother us. Let's get some sleep. It's probably safer we don't walk through the woods right now. I know you're probably thinking I should take you back home." He lay in his cot, and I did the same. Though I'd been scared, it didn't take me long to fall asleep. An unknown amount of time later, I was awakened. There was a stirring in the shack. Remembering what we'd talked about before going to sleep, I sat straight up and looked over to the cot where Derek was supposed to be. But he was gone. Instinctively, I looked right at the door to make sure it was still shut. There was Derek. He was facing away from me. He was opening the door and about to step outside. "Derek, where are you going?" I said, worried. But he ignored me. He didn't even react to my call. He stepped out of the shack, then closed the door behind him. Not 3 or 4 seconds later, that scream that I'd heard before came echoing from the woods outside. I pulled my thin blanket up to my face. Why did he leave me? Where was he going? What if that cougar got him? The scream would come again and again every few minutes. All the while I sat there, trying to force myself up. I had to go get my brother. I either had to bring him back or stay with him. I was too scared to stay alone. And what if he got hurt out there? Eventually, and ever so steadily, I pulled the blanket from myself, and I got up. The fire had turned into glowing orange embers, but was still plenty hot to keep the shack warm. I opened the door, met by a cold, almost freezing breeze. It was very dark outside. Where the full moon didn't touch with its light was complete pitch black darkness. I stepped out and closed the door. Then, step by step, I made my way toward the trail, calling out his name. "Derek! Derek, where are you?" He did not respond. I walked closer to the trail. It was the only part of the forest that wasn't completely black with darkness, as the canopy above the trail had several openings throughout, letting in much of the moonlight. But still, it was half as bright as the shores of the pond. I walked along the trail, having to remind myself that my brother was out there somewhere and needed me. Otherwise, I'd rather just stop moving or go back to the shack. It was cold, and I was shaking, but probably not from the cold. I was terrified, more so than I'd ever been. The further I walked along the trail, the louder the screaming got, the more clear it was. The windy aspect of it began to fade out. It would sound more and more animalistic as I carried on. About halfway through the trail, only 10 minutes from home, the scream came again, clearer than ever, and I knew then that it was coming from off the trail to my left. I then made the stupidest decision. I was going to go toward the screaming. Now you have to understand why I did this. I wondered if my brother, who I saw as braver than me, had come out here to see the screaming thing himself. If that was the case, then following the screaming would lead me to him. The other option was my brother had been attacked by the screaming thing. And once again, going toward the screams would lead me to my brother, and in that case, he would need my help. So, terrified, tired, and freezing, I stepped into the darkness of the woods. My eyes would begin to adjust, but not by much. "Derek!" I called again, knowing that there would not be a response. I tripped several times as well. The terrain off the trail was quite uneven and precarious. If I wasn't careful, I could break one of my ankles. Now focusing more on my steps than my own surroundings, I soon found myself entering a clearing where the moon's light was shone bright, and I became aware that I was hearing crying. Someone was crying in front of me, an awful sound of someone in pain and in torment. I looked up, and I saw a crouching human shape. They faced away from me. Their shoulders moved up and down, and I saw that their arms were moving around. I stepped closer. I could then see that they seemed to be scratching their wrists and arms, hard. Then the crying gave way to the sound of murmurs. "I'm sorry, it hurts. I can't stop. Please stop. I'm hungry." Thinking, or assuming, that it was my brother who was injured, I called out to it. "Derek?" "I'm sorry, it hurts. I can't." The murmuring stopped all at once. The figure angled its head up and sideways, towards the sky and towards me at the same time. And then it screamed, the same scream I'd been hearing the whole night. It was never a cougar, and it wasn't my brother. I run, faster and more determined than ever before. I run back to the shack, for some reason not even considering going back home. I guess back then I didn't have a good sense of time or distance. I guess I assumed that home would be further away, even though I was halfway there. I ran and ran until I made it back to the shack, opened the door up, and found my brother sitting up in his cot looking at me, confused. "Where have you been?" He looked at me, angrily. Had he just woke up? I thought I saw you leave the shack, I explained. What are you talking about? I've been asleep this whole time. You just scared the bejesus out of me. Don't go outside without me. You didn't go on the trail, did you? Alone? In the dark? His anger turned to concern. Yeah, but you weren't here. I had to go find you. I began to cry. Derek hugged me. Carter, I never left you. I was in here the whole time, I promise. I wouldn't scare you like that, and I wouldn't leave you alone. After he dried my tears with his shirt, he stayed up while I went to sleep, and in the morning, he stayed close to me as we both walked home together. Part 2. I never really knew what I saw that night in the woods. When we made it back home, I did tell my brother what I saw, but I said to him that it was just some crazy man. He didn't believe me. I did have one bout of sleepwalking way back in the day, several years before that, but it was nothing like this. Still, he didn't stop from attributing my experience to sleepwalking. After all, even I couldn't explain how I didn't see him in his cot if he had been there the whole time. A few years after this, school was back in session for the year, meaning we had to wake up super early to get ready for school and to catch the bus. We had to wake up at our house for school way earlier than other kids. We were the furthest out on our bus route. We'd wake up at 5:30, then be ready to catch the bus at the driveway at 6:30. This was miserable. It seemed no matter how early we fell asleep, we'd always wake up feeling exhausted. Not to mention, whenever school started up, that time of year was always freezing cold outside around these parts. I hated it. But luckily, Mom started a new tradition. She'd drive us in her truck to the edge of the driveway and wait with us. Heaters full blast, and we'd snack on breakfast burritos that she'd made us, usually. They were quick and easy for her to make, and by God were they delicious. My poor mom, though, she didn't last long when she put the parking brake on. Every day when we waited for the bus, she'd start snoring after a few minutes, out like a light, catching the sleep that I wish I could catch more of. Well, the first day of school that year, we did just that. Mom brewed us all a cup of coffee. Derek was really into coffee by then. Mom was addicted to it, and I was 13 then, so I figured I was man enough to drink my coffee black. But after one sip and a noticeable cringe on my face, my mom laughed at me and poured my cup into hers. Having known this would happen, she pulled out a juice box, apple juice I think, and gave it to me. Mom was the best. After she finished her coffee and mine together in her cup, she still somehow managed to fall asleep. She was sawing logs, and so was my brother soon after that. But my brother, he had reason to. He had been staying up real late talking to some girl on the phone. When we asked him if he had a girlfriend, he would deny it, but I saw the way he smiled when he answered the phone. So, those two were in the truck, sleeping and basking in the warmth of the heater. It was still dark out, and would stay dark till around 7. There were bushes and thick foliage on either side of the truck along the driveway. Having finished my breakfast, I pulled out my PSP, which I'd gotten for my last birthday. I turned it on, played a little bit of Monster Hunter Freedom, still to this day my very favorite game franchise. I usually play it on the bus, but the bus was running a bit late, and those two were asleep, so I was getting bored. After several minutes, I was getting really frustrated. Gravios kept killing me in that mission, and after the third death, signaling a failure, I turned the PSP off and put it back in my backpack, and I just stared out the window. The driveway was misty, lots of fog all around us. It was warming up a bit, but it was being real slow about it. Before long, my nose began to crinkle up. I smelled something, and whatever it was absolutely terrible. Smelled like dead and rotten fish. I figured it was Derek. So I turned around and elbowed him into the bicep. He barely felt it though. "Derek, that's gross, dude. We're all packed cramped in here, and it's too cold to roll down a window." All he did was stir, turned his head to the left away from me, and continued to sleep. I rolled my eyes at him, covering my nose with my shirt. The smell was so bad I was about to gag. Once again, I turned my face toward the window, looking at the foliage to our right. Despite the smell, I could have fallen asleep then, but I kept my eyes open. If I fell asleep, we'd miss the bus, and Mom would be way mad. Suddenly, something in front of me caught my attention. That morning was not windy. That being said, the bushes were shuffling about. Just the ones in front of me. There was something out there. I was sure of it. And then, when I heard the scream that I'd heard a few years back, the very same one, coming from those bushes outside, I freaked out. I felt chills all over me. I turned back to my brother and Mom and shook them both, trying to get them to wake up. But they ignored me, or were that deeply asleep. All in all, it was pointless trying to wake them. Quickly, I turned back to the window to keep an eye on what I was hearing and seeing. A few seconds after that, a bald and pale head popped itself out from the bushes, its skin glistening as if it was moist. I watched its head slowly turn left and right. It was so slow turning its head that the only way I knew it was doing so was by the faint reflection of the moonlight on its eyes, which swiveled. I kept wondering, who is that? Was that the same guy as before? It had been years, and the visual in my head was getting blurry. But this encounter was bringing it all back to the top. Without warning, the thing in the bushes, on all fours, scurried and crawled over to the truck. I jumped when this happened. The way it moved was so grotesque and sickening. It wasn't right. It didn't walk on all fours like a man pretending to be an animal. Rather, it crawled along the ground like a spider in search of insects. It did so at the speed of a spider as well, something unnatural, no, impossible for a person to do. People aren't built to move like that, even though this thing had all the appendages and shape of a man. I saw legs, I saw arms, a head. If it wasn't human, then what was it? At a blinding speed, it had scurried from the forest's edge to so close to the truck that I could no longer see it unless I rolled down the window or opened the door, and I was not about to do that. For the next minute, I heard it crawling slowly around the truck, as if observing it, or maybe it was looking for a way inside. But I tried not to think about it. I tried to hope that it didn't know we were in there. It was scary enough knowing that there were animals out there that looked and acted like this. One that wasn't scared of a running truck. I could hear rocks shuffling about as it moved. From my right, then to the left, to the front, then to the back, where it stopped. I turned in my seat and I stared out the back window, waiting to see something. And I soon did. Long bony fingers rose above the tailgate, then wrapped themselves around it as that creature pulled itself up and crawled into the truck bed. I see it sniffing around in the truck bed. Was it looking for something to eat? It was so close, closer than ever. I tried my best to get a good look at its face, but it was difficult. It was so dark still. All I could really make out was that its face was more flat than a person's, as if its nose was gone. Then I heard something else. My mother. She was waking up. She yawned and stretched out her arms, correctly situating herself back in her seat. Then, on autopilot, she checked the rearview mirror. I watched her eyes go wide, and then a scream build from her face, and then out of her mouth. I covered my ears. It was so loud. My brother sat straight up. He'd been scared half to death. This spooked the creature too. But rather than running away, It flattened itself so close to the bed of the truck that it was impossible to see due to the shadows. Mom was horrified but confused. She'd only got a split-second look at it. She looked at me, seeing that I'd been watching it, then asked me if it was a dog or a cat or some person. Then she figured it was maybe one of my friends from up the road, coming to the truck to join us, which had happened before. She said if that was the case, it was not funny that he was trying to scare us. My now awake brother turned in his seat, wanting to see what all the fuss was about. He pressed his face right up against the cold glass, trying to see what was back there. But it was just impossible to see it. A sudden squeal from behind us caused us all to turn around. At long last, the bus was pulling up in front of us, squealing to a halt as its brakes howled in agony. At that same moment, the entire truck shook as a great weight or pressure was exerted on it from the back. I turned just in time to see that creature escape through the bushes, leaving the three of us there dumbfounded. Me and Derek now forced to get out and enter the bus, which we did in a hurry. I asked the bus driver if he saw that, but he looked at me, as tired as we were, and shook his head. I asked my brother if he caught any glimpse of it, but he still didn't know what we were talking about. All he knew was that Mom screamed at something in the rearview mirror. With a sigh, I sat down, pulled out my PSP again, and tried to forget about it. Derek asked over and over what it was, but I didn't have an answer. When I tried to tell him that I think it was the same thing I saw years ago in the woods, he simply said, "Right," and finally got quiet. Part 3. Jump ahead a few more years. I was 16, and Derek was 20, though he moved out of the house the moment he turned 18. He didn't visit much anymore, and I found myself missing him. It had been a long time since the two of us went fishing like we used to, let alone just sit down and talk about life. Luckily, at the same time that Derek was gone, Dad was able to come back home far more often. He and Mom had finally paid off our cheap house, meaning we did not need nearly as much money as he used to be making. Dad didn't want to cut his hours, but Mom convinced him to. She wanted him home, wanted him to relax and help her with her garden, said it would be therapeutic and even romantic for the two of them. He relented, and he was able to take half the hours he used to. He was basically home all the time now. I wasn't used to it, but I enjoyed it. Heck, I even found myself helping them garden too. And Dad was a great fisherman. We'd go to the pond, rest in the shack, and even travel upstate for more exotic fishing. But there were some other negative changes around then. You see, my sleepwalking, which had only happened once before, came back with a vengeance. At home, Mom and Dad would often find me in the living room, sitting on the couch, staring at the TV without blinking. They'd walk over to me. I would wake up and not realize where I was or how I got there. I would never even remember getting out of bed, which I guess is normal of sleepwalking. She was worried I was going to get myself hurt. She and my dad discussed getting a one-way lock for my room and even barring my windows to protect me. But I told them that they were taking this sleepwalking thing too far. I'd be fine. Getting up and subconsciously sitting on the couch was nothing to worry about. But things would get much, much worse. One summer, just before bed, Dad had a heart attack and Mom had to rush him to the hospital. When I tried to join them, go with them to the emergency room, she stopped me and said that I needed to look after the house and stay here. I was mad. My dad was nearly dead, could be dying, and she was making me stay home. Now that I look back on it, I have a feeling she was just protecting me. She didn't want me more worried than I already was. I was the type to worry myself to death. Over the years, I had grown into a more paranoid person, and yeah, I do think that those experiences I had before had something to do with it. You don't just witness things like that and shrug it off. That night, I stayed in my bed, awake, waiting for my mom to call. I couldn't do anything. Eat, watch TV, play games, until I knew my dad was going to be okay. I was horrified at the idea that I'd never get to spend time with my dad. He worked his life away, just so we could afford this small house. And when he finally had time at home and we were starting to hang out, he had a heart attack. Life wasn't fair. And even if they called and let me know he was okay, it would mean Dad would have to slow down. Would we even be able to go fishing again? Maybe I was overthinking it. Sure enough, my mom did call within the hour. She let me know that Dad was going to be okay. They wouldn't have to do surgery, but they were sending him home with a prescription. He would need to change his diet and exercise drastically. I smiled, just thankful that he was fine. After that, I was finally able to turn over in the bed and close my eyes for a time. They would be home in the morning. I woke up in the middle of the night. I rubbed my head, which was pounding, thinking about getting up to get some ibuprofen. I placed my hand down, but then I yanked it back up. It stung. I looked over and a stick was jabbing into it. Then I looked around. I wasn't at my house anymore. I was in the middle of the woods. I was outside. My stomach sank. How did I get out here? Did I sleepwalk out here? This was the first time I'd ever gone this far. I picked myself up and looked in every direction, trying to recognize a landmark, anything at all. But I didn't. How do I get back to the house? Where was I? I was beginning to panic. I felt around in my pockets. I'd fallen asleep with my shorts on. You see, if I wear running shorts or sports shorts of some kind during the day, I would usually fall asleep in them. They were warm and comfy. Luckily, my phone was in my pocket still. Panicking, I called my brother. I wasn't sure why it was him I chose to call, instead of Mom or Dad. Maybe I didn't want to scare Mom after she'd just been traumatized by Dad's heart attack. Plus, I really missed Derek. My phone read 4 a.m. I dialed Derek's number, and I prayed that he would be awake.
Hey, Cart, what's up?
He answered, sounding tired and irritated. Derek, I woke up in the middle of the woods, man. I've been sleepwalking a lot, and I don't know how I got out here. I don't know where I am. He seemed to perk up after that, and sounded worried.
All right, calm down, okay? I'm coming to the house. I'm gonna bring the brightest flashlight I can. I'm gonna come looking for you, so just stay right there. Did you call Mom?
No, she and Dad are at the hospital.
What happened? Is Mom all right?
Yeah, she's fine. Dad, well, he had a heart attack, but he's fine too, okay? Just please, come find me.
I'm on my way, Carter. Just be careful, and if you start to believe you're really far from home, call the Forest Service. Call someone who could find you. Someone with a GPS or something.
I will. Love you, man. We hung up. I sat there on the forest floor. I tried to get GPS working on my phone. I had reception, but whenever Google Maps tried to load my location, it just wouldn't sync or update right. I'm not really sure what was going on. It would load my dot, but from the map I couldn't tell where I was still. And when I walked around, I couldn't get my dot to move. I stayed in the same area, just to be sure. I tried my best to remember what I'd always been told if I was lost in the woods. Was I supposed to stay put? Or was I supposed to get up and move around, trying to find civilization or people? Do I call out? Or do I stay silent? I ended up just sitting there, waiting. Over and over, I reminded myself Derek was on the way. He would be here in a few minutes. When he got here, he would shout. He'd be waving around a bright torch. If I didn't hear him, I'd see him for sure. The woods were so quiet that night. It was unsettling. Every movement I made echoed, seemingly forever. It was dark and a bit warmer than usual, but there were no bugs chirping, and not once did I hear the sound of nighttime animals moving around in the undergrowth. Obviously, I couldn't help but think about my first encounter with that thing way back when, setting foot in the middle of the woods, seeing that shape clawing at itself, and then the murmuring. As if on cue, there it came again, a murmuring, like it was coming from all around me, the same voice I'd heard back then, but this time it was saying different words. Over here, hungry, tired, over here, meat, sorry. Rather than run away, I laid back down on the ground. As if that was enough to conceal myself, the murmuring drew closer and closer until I was too terrified to keep my eyes open. I closed my eyes. Call me stupid if you will. I should have run. I should have moved, done something different, but I didn't. I laid there, eyes closed, just as I was beginning to think that I should cover myself with things on the ground, like leaves and twigs, to camouflage myself. I felt it. Something close to my skin, on my scalp. Something sniffing me. Something that had just gotten done murmuring. It smelled me from my scalp down to my neck. Tears welled up in my eyes. I wanted to cry and scream, but there was nothing I could do now besides lay here and hope for the best, or lash out in defense, which might cause this thing to fight back. I felt air blowing past me as it sniffed more and more, and then there was a warm and wet sensation as whatever it was began to drool on me. It was salivating at my scent. Then, right on my neck, only millimeters away, it began to cry, and the murmurings came again. I'm so sorry. I have to. I'm so hungry. Forgive me. I continued to feel wet droplets landing on me, but these were different. These were smaller, colder. Tears. Whatever this was, whoever this was, I did truly believe that they were sorry. I was gritting my teeth now, biting down on nothing as hard as I could, and then a sound more heavenly than any other before and after it. Carter! My brother. He was here. He was looking for me. I need only follow his voice, find the beam of his light. At the same time as my brother's call, this creature choked up for a second and ran away, scurrying before screaming once more. When the sounds died down, I opened my eyes. I picked myself up and I screamed, "Derek!" He called back, and I ran towards his voice, requesting him to keep calling my name so that I could be sure where he was. Soon, I burst forth from the tree line, finding myself in the side yard of our home. There was Derek, holding a torch, shining it at my feet, and running up to me to hug me. "Oh my God, dude. I'm so glad you're okay. I was freaking out about you," he said, squeezing tighter. I couldn't bring myself to speak, not properly. I was still crying. My stomach felt tight and weak, and when I did try to speak, nothing but pained ramblings came out. He helped me inside, and we went into the kitchen. He brewed some coffee and tried to make conversation. He told me that he had proposed to his girlfriend, said he wasn't ready to tell mom and dad yet, so we had to keep it between us. He talked about his time in college, how many friends he'd made, and how it was going, and then tried to ask me how my life had been. But I couldn't speak. Still couldn't speak. For the remainder of that night, until I was able to sleep again, it seemed my sanity had left me. Only once I wake up and mom and dad had come home, just before Derek left to go back to his place, I let him know that I was thankful. And just as he was getting into his car, I told him. I saw it again out there. The thing from the bus stop. The thing from the woods by the shack. I saw it again. He stared at me, then he swallowed hard and nodded, as if finally believing me. Derek drove away, and I went back inside with mom and dad. I smiled and I hugged them both, thankful that they were okay, that we were all okay. Wendigo in the Woods of Elbert, Colorado, from Ryan T. Before I begin my story, I'd like to give some background on why I'm writing this in the first place. I do not believe in skinwalkers or any sort of cryptid. However, the subject fascinates the living hell out of me. The other day on the r/skinwalkers subreddit, I saw and responded to a question that read, "Why do you believe in skinwalkers?" with my beliefs, and gave an extremely brief overview of what led me to learn about skinwalkers. This seemed to attract some attention or curiosity, so I figured that I might as well write about it, since I have nothing else to do, being stuck at home now. It happened in a very small town called Elbert, Colorado. That's very far out in the middle of nowhere. Like a grocery trip took a 45-minute drive just to get to a store. I moved out there in the summer of 2013 when I was 11. My family lived on an 8-acre piece of property in a fairly thick pine forest, with a house just outside the very edge of it. The driveway to the house was a super crappy, super long dirt road that led out to the main street that had to be a little less than 1/8 of a mile away from the house. To this day, I think that place was the most peaceful place I'd ever been to. The only sounds that could be heard were those of nature and our chickens, as we could not hear the rare car that would pass by. The nights there were the best part of the place, though. Because of the lack of city lights, I was able to see every detail of the night sky, down to the dimmest star. Because of the darkness, however, you weren't able to see a single thing below the horizon of the night sky. Along with that, there were several packs of coyotes that lived out there, and every night they'd all be howling at each other. With enough of them, the noise would almost sound like water. The only thing that really sucked about the property, however, was the walk that we had to make just to take the trash out. The garbage company would only accept the cans that were brought to the main road. We'd normally take the trash out before it got dark, but on occasion I'd forget and would have to do it at dark, which I normally didn't mind. The trip would be a super peaceful walkout, and we had headlamps at the ready, so that we could actually see where we were going in the dark. Well, the summer before I moved out, there was a night where I forgot to take out the trash during the day, and the batteries on the headlamps were dead. This meant I had to try to navigate my way down our driveway, almost completely blind. I went outside and stood next to the trash cans for a minute or two, staring into the darkness in order to hopefully adjust my eyes. Staring into the darkness, though, I felt as if there was something off. The normal coyote sounds were gone, and for some reason, my eyes just wouldn't adjust to the dark. I kept staring into that abyss, looking for any sign that my eyes might be adjusting, but to no luck. Then this terrible feeling tore its way into my chest. The best way I can describe it is as if this darkness, this abyss I was staring into, was staring back at, no, into me. I was frozen with fear. I knew I was alone out there, but something told me that if I were to walk into the dark, I would not return. I continued to stare, almost unable to look away from the darkness for a long time before my mom came out to check on me. Her opening the door seemed to break me out of the trance, and I ran to her and began crying. She looked at me confused and noticed that I still had not taken out the trash. After telling her about how I felt, she laughed a little and gave me some encouraging words telling me if there was anything out there, our dogs would have noticed it by now. She then told me to come back in 10 minutes for ice cream. I turned back around and walked back to the trash cans, shaking. I had never been so scared in my life, and what of? Nothing? I chuckled to myself, realizing the absurdity of it. When I took my eyes back off the ground, the chuckle turned back into a cry. I realized that I wasn't scared of nothing. I was terrified that there was something out there that I could not see, waiting for me to leave the light of the house lamp to attack. Then the coyotes started back up, and my eyes began to adjust. Whatever might have been there was gone, along with all of my fear. The tears stopped along with most of the fear, and I was able to start dragging the trash cans down. The walk was somewhat scary, though I was able to let the sound of the coyotes distract me. By the time I got back to the house, I felt safe again, but I could not stop thinking about that abyss. While we lived in that house, that was probably my scariest encounter. There were other scary encounters while I was there, but the only one that could even slightly relate to the other takes place at my friend's house. For the sake of privacy, I'll refer to him as D. D had a property that was about 10 minutes from mine, and we shared the same forest, with the only separation being a road in between us. We had been hanging out for a while that day, playing a bunch of video games, when I had an idea to go out in the dark and explore his property. He agreed, and so we waited until night fell. After a few more hours of video games and dinner, it finally seemed dark enough to go out. So we did. We were wandering his 7-acre property, being pretty stupid, loud, and making half-assed attempts at trying to get each other a little scared. After some time of this, we eventually wandered into a clearing, and I guess the attempts at scaring each other settled in for both of us at the same time. Together we looked around, concerned. There was something off, and it felt like we were being watched. Trying to keep a good mood, and maybe trying to keep my mind off of whatever was making us feel this way, I suggested we make a scary video to scare D's little brother. D laughed and agreed and pulled out his phone. We began to record. We were acting like we kept seeing things in the woods. I would throw a stick when the camera was facing away, making weird grunting sounds, in order to make the video creepy. We both were having a good time. However, deep down, I felt like something was very off, and I think that he did too. Then, out of nowhere, a twig snapped behind us. I automatically assumed that D had thrown something, but when I looked at him to confirm, he was looking at me to see if I had thrown it. Before this moment, I was trying very hard to make my voice sound as scared as possible for the video. However, as soon as I heard this, I didn't need to try anymore. We stared in the direction that the twig snap had come from, hoping to make out something, but to no avail. Once again, my eyes would not adjust to the dark, except this time, instead of physically standing in the light, I was inside the darkness. Partially for the video and partially for my sanity, I whispered, "Run." D nodded slightly, his face illuminated by his phone. Then we started sprinting in the direction of his house. I don't think I had run so hard in my life beforehand, but there was a feeling in my gut still telling me that we weren't fast enough, that we needed to hide. D must have felt the same thing. He took the lead and led us to a nearby cat shed. A motion sensor light flicked on as we passed by, and we got in the shed as quickly as we could. After getting the door shut, Dee turned on his light, revealing the inside of the shed. At the time, it seemed to me like the cats were hiding from something too. However, looking back on it, they were probably just sleeping in their beds that were in a corner of the shed. This freaked me out even more. Dee started climbing the wall of the shed, leading us onto a shelf-like structure that had a window we could look out of. Dee sat on one side of the window and I sat on the other. We were facing each other, and we could see both angles from the window. Eventually, with the light on the outside and the added comfort of a roof over our heads, we started to calm down and focus on the video again. As we were talking about what might have been out there, the motion sensor light turned off, dropping the outside back into the dark. We went quiet as the uneasy feeling washed over us again. To me, it didn't feel like we were being watched anymore, more like we were being looked for. We stared intently out the window, looking for signs of anything, when I thought I started hearing footsteps. Having a wall between us and the steps muffled them, so I couldn't be sure what I was hearing. I asked Dee about it, and he said that he heard them too. However, I'm pretty sure he was saying that for the video. We went quiet again, listening. Then I heard the footsteps get slightly louder. One of the cats started rubbing up against us, which distracted us and caused us to turn around and start petting him. Because who wouldn't pet a cat? As we were petting him, the outdoor motion sensor light flicked on. I felt goosebumps crawl up my arms to my face. As we slowly turned around, we looked out the window and saw nothing. Dee told me that we should get inside, and I agreed with him. We carried the cat back down to its bed and got ready to make a 50-yard sprint directly to his house. He opened the door and I shut it, and then we were in the cold, dark woods, running as hard as we could from whatever turned on that light. After what felt like forever of sprinting, we finally got to Dee's front door and we rushed inside. We slammed his sliding glass door and didn't sleep until we saw the sun rising the next day. Though these encounters were terrifying at the time, a lot of it can be easily explained by me just freaking myself out. There was nothing out there during the trash can story, and at Dee's house we found raccoon prints the next morning outside of the cat shed. None of these things ever stopped me from loving the woods, and within a week I was certain that I was just making things up to myself. I continued loving the woods we lived in for the next year that we lived there, but eventually my family and I ended up moving out. My dad got a job offer in Minnesota that would improve our financial situation and not force my dad into a 2-hour commute every day. Minnesota, however, proved to be the worst place that I've lived in, at least for the first year or two. After living in such a small town and adapting to my friends in Elbert, I found it very hard to make friends in Minnesota. I was constantly thinking about my friends and the girlfriend I'd left in Elbert, and I refused to work to make friends, and the people at my new school did not particularly seem to like me. I would still talk to my Elbert friends almost every night, playing video games and stuff with them, which seemed to be the only thing to make me sort of happy while I was there. With my mental health in the garbage and my lack of friends, my parents agreed to let me go to Elbert during the summer and visit them. After the first visit, my mental health was way better. I started opening up to other people at the new school. So my parents agreed to make the Elbert trips annual as long as I planned them. Yeah, I've got the coolest parents ever, of all time maybe. So every year since then I've been visiting my friends in Elbert. But the most recent visit is the reason that I'm writing this. Every year I would hang out with my friends K, T, and D, the same D from the other story. Because of stupid teenage drama, they would almost never hang out together. One of my favorite things to do with them was ironically go squatching. Squatching is looking for Bigfoot, typically making their hypothetical calls and using other communication methods in hopes of finding one. This was simply an excuse to go yell in the woods at night for me. This most recent visit, I finally had managed to get K, T, and D to all hang out together. We had planned on making a short film that was based on these stupid videos that T and I used to make. We tried to film it, but we ended up with like one scene before we decided to just play video games instead. One day after dinner, the group came up with an idea to make a squatching video. T, K, and I filmed one last year, so we figured that we'd do another one this year and try to make it an annual thing. We took K's little brother out with us to film for us, and we started recording the video. The sun was still up, so we had no intention of being any sort of scary, just a funny, ironic video. We wandered around for an hour, making crappy Australian accents and shouting for Bigfoot, when Kay had the idea that we could split up and look for Sasquatch. So we did. We each went off on our own into the woods, with the cameraman following me, each making the occasional squatch call and tree knock. We had some walkie-talkies with us, so we were able to tell each other when we were making a call. After some time, D and T and I found each other and decided to group up and meet K in a clearing. We began walking, and K came in over the radio, saying that he was about to make another call. We waited, and from the forest came the most terrifying noise I've ever heard someone make. The best way I could describe it, it was like a dying elephant that had a smoking problem. Then he came in over the radio.
"Was that you guys?"
he asked. We assumed that he was joking around for the video, so we joked back, "Nah, mate, we've pissed the Squatch off. We need to get out of here. Meet us back at your house." Then we ran out of the forest quickly. When we met up with Kay, he apparently had cut himself on some barbed wire, and that, plus the terrifying scream we heard, seemed to put us off. We decided to stop for the time being. We went inside and played Halo for hours, messing with each other and doing other stupid things, not mentioning what had happened while squatching for the rest of the night. When night had more than passed, and it was around midnight, we decided to go back outside and do more squatching, this time without a camera and with a bunch of flashlights. We decided to go pretty deep into the forest before making any calls, so as to not wake Kay's family or the neighbors up. Eventually, we got to the point that we had split up from earlier and had to decide what to do from there. After talking about it some, we decided to see where Kay had run off to. Then I made the first squatch call of the night. After the call, the woods went completely silent. In my previous story, I talked about the abyss watching me. This was almost the same, except it felt as if the forest were listening to us. We laughed about it and poked fun at each other, trying to creep one another out, and we began to walk. Kay led us pretty deep into his woods and eventually stopped in a small opening, showing us that this had been where he had radioed us from before the call. The thing is, Kay didn't refer to the call as his. He referred to it as one of ours. This didn't register at the moment, but thinking back on it, it definitely gives me the creeps. After a bit more joking around, Kay decided to take us to the boundary of his property, where he had cut himself on barbed wire. We walked in a straight line toward the fence, and I think Kay figured we'd follow the fence to where he cut himself. As we walked deeper into the forest, though, our jokes started to die down. The silence, darkness, and this feeling started getting to us. We were starting to suspect that we were being watched. We arrived at the fence and began walking along when Kay stopped, confused. I looked at where his flashlight was pointing, and there was the fence. However, the fence was almost dented, if that makes sense. It looked like something had come through and simply stepped on the fence with enough weight that the fence could not bring itself to its natural position. I showed my flashlight into the other property and asked Kay about it. I can't remember exactly what he told me, but I think I remember him saying that it was a large piece of Native American land and had once been sacred or something like that. That was probably terribly wrong, so take that info with a grain of salt. Our group looked at each other. "Let's go over it," I remember myself saying. Worst case scenario, we find whoever's property it is and we can tell him about the broken gate. This was obviously not the worst case scenario, especially out in the country like this, but we continued anyway. After going through some more pretty heavy woods, we found a clearing, and then we felt something awful. The hair on the back of all our necks stood up at once. We began hearing slight twig snaps in every direction. This was a massive change from the previously quiet forest that we had just been walking through. We quickly shined our lights every which way, looking for anything that could be causing our fear. Then Dee's light stopped on something. Guys, do you see that? We all shined our lights on the spot that he was looking at. I couldn't see anything at first, and was about to say no when I made out what looked to be the reflection of eyes. We each confirmed one by one, each of us starting to make out the eyes. Then we did something stupid. We started walking toward it. Maybe this was because there were 4 of us and 1 pair of eyes. Or maybe it was how alluring they looked. Every step we took, the more they faded out, until we could not see them anymore. Then we felt the hairs on the back of our necks stand up more, as if pointing in the direction of something that did not approve of us being there. We stood back to back, making a square, as we felt the presence circling us. Guys, let's get out of here, one of us said. We all nodded and waited. Then when the time felt right, we sprinted. We all ran as fast as we could, jumping over the fallen fence through the forest, until eventually I saw the house. I heard the others run by me, hidden by the forest, when I suddenly stopped. Ryan, help. My heart sank. I had just heard the other 3 run by me, yet this was the perfect voice of Kay calling for help. I shoved the thought that this could be Kay out of my head. After all, I had just heard all 3 of them run by. I began sprinting again, hoping to catch up with Kay. After sprinting for a minute or 2, I caught up with them, beginning to slow down, almost at the house. I caught up with Kay and was about to try to talk to him, when we both flinched backward, almost falling. Just to the right of us, there was a crashing thud of something that had just hit the ground. We quickly recovered and sprinted toward the door, urging the others on. When we finally got back to Kay's house, we slammed the door behind us and had to just rest, panting. When we all seemed to calm down, Kay asked what the hell happened out there. We all went around sharing what we saw. Dee said he saw the reflection of eyes, and more than what we saw in the clearing. Kay said he saw the reflection of eyes in the clearing and heard the 2 thuds that freaked us out. T said he might have seen the eyes in the clearing and some yellow-red ones as we were closing the door. I stated what I saw, but decided to leave out the voice, since I wasn't and still am not sure I heard what I heard. We sat down, and almost immediately began searching up cryptids and looking for other stories like ours. Within half an hour, our primary theories were of a goat man, a Jersey devil, or a Wendigo. Almost in response to our theories, we heard 2 ever-so-quiet footsteps on the roof. Eventually, we went to sleep, but after that, we never spoke a word of it again. Maybe a year or so later, I was trying to creep myself out when I stumbled upon stories about Wendigos. These stories sounded familiar to my experience, but didn't seem to be quite right. That led into a rabbit hole, and eventually I learned about skinwalkers too. Since then, I've loved hearing stories about them, and I'm very fascinated with what they are and how they hunt. I've stopped believing recently, however, after rethinking my tale for the 100th time. I'm 90% sure that what we heard and saw was just a horse, and that we got onto the bad side of it. What really spooks me though, however, is when I let the 10% wander, and I think that it might have been something paranormal. Either way, I don't understand how Kay still lives on that property. I'll be visiting him again this summer, so I'll see them again. But hopefully, we will not encounter what we might have encountered last time. Growing up on a small, mostly self-sustained chicken farm, my family had many animals. We would have anywhere from 50 to 200 chickens on the farm, our Alaskan Malamute, a barn cat, and a few other more exotic animals as well. Mostly birds, skunks, or young foxes that I would find in the woods and bring home to nurse back to health. My childhood was full of animals, and considering the chickens would be slaughtered about every 2 or 3 years for meat and sale, I was used to seeing death at a young age. A few times our Malamute got loose, and he would attack many of the chickens. Or that's what we thought. I never actually saw him go at more than one single chicken. The most I saw was the roosters, who we raised for the county fair shows, taunting him, walking into his chained area and pecking him in the face, and running just out of his reach. Honestly, I never blamed the big guy for defending himself when he could. But on 3 occasions, I'd come home from school to see my father piling dead chickens on top of one another. Loads of them. And none of them had been attacked in quite the same way that the Malamute did. He would simply snap the neck. But whatever was doing this to the chickens, it left quite the gruesome scene. The animals sometimes tore almost in two. Not to mention the different breeds were taken care of in different ways. The white-laying hens, who were rather plump and rarely came off their nests, would be missing their heads. The thinner, long-legged Polish, the chickens with the fluffy-looking feathers on their heads, were often nearly completely plucked of their silky plumes. These ones specifically were rarely ever eviscerated, while the rest were. I often helped pick up the dead birds. We slaughtered many for ourselves, and this didn't bother me too much. I never questioned as a young child why our dog would take so many birds like that. As a farm kid, I was told that wolves were bad, and because Malamutes tend to have a large percentage of wolf genetics, it was just his animal DNA kicking in at times. But I didn't believe that, and I could tell that my parents were grasping at straws. It was only in high school, while doing reports for the science teacher, he would have us track various animal sightings throughout the state, and one of them was for deer. I learned a lot of seemingly useless information about deer that month. Their lifespans, mating patterns, size, weight, diet, the whole kebab. But this was when I began to notice that some pieces of the puzzle began to fall together. Almost every time our chickens were unceremoniously slaughtered was just before hunting season. A few weeks afterward, my father would come home boasting that he saw a large deer out in the woods. He boasted that one day he would have that sucker mounted in the house. I knew exactly what deer he was talking about, one that we nicknamed Oscar. When you've been hearing talk of that large deer in the woods for almost 15 years, and you know that white-tailed deer live for about 4.5 years, you begin to get a little skeptical. Anyway, my first encounter with an animal that I actually feared, I was with my childhood best friend. We were about 9 years old, and I wanted to show off the property I'd grown up on. My father had large, deep trails wide enough for his tractor throughout the woods. It was a large, square 30-acre lot. We had a path following the perimeter of the property, and another crisscrossing the square in half from both directions. There were many other trails as well. Those pine woods were alive with life, and I'd often followed game trails, sometimes nearly 50 acres into the neighbor's property. We walked up behind the barn on the north side of the property, following the main trail to the back of what we owned. I'd read a book which was published on the farm about 20 years before my own family moved in. I was telling her about the property and the previous owners. The two of us were nerds, and this kind of information was our bread and butter. Now, usually I cut the walk in half, walking through one of the crisscrossed sections because, frankly, I'm lazy. But I'm also very proud of my home. I had a slew of new information, so we kept walking on this occasion. The sun was getting farther behind us. We had gotten off the school bus about half an hour before, so we were pretty far in. Now, I've encountered this Oscar before, and knowing this, my mother had warned us not to walk too far into the woods. It was rut season, and the bucks may get territorial. Obviously, we didn't listen. Turning with the square-shaped paths, we began to walk south. That's when I spotted one of my favorite game trails. I ushered my friend towards it. I was walking just in front of her then, and she bumped into me. I'd gone quiet for the first time in close to an hour, because I spotted it. A massive deer standing before us. My friend steps out from behind me confused, then gazes past me at the deer as well. We're both awestruck, silent. We're taking in every detail. The deer was on the main trail. The game trail we followed cut off the southeast corner of the property. But this image of the deer that was before us, it wasn't right. Imagine a deer, copy and paste it into a document and scale it up 3 times its original size. The antlers alone could be either side of the trees blocking us from the creature. I remember the dull thud they made when it bumped them against the trees, as if telling us, "You're lucky the trees are in the way." We stood entirely still before we began running, and I'm ashamed to admit that I felt a need to outrun my best friend. Something primal in me, I guess. We made it back, winded, exhausted, and terrified, but also excited to see a deer so big. We told my parents we'd seen Oscar the deer, not once imagining the possible outcome to our fate. Maybe it was our childish minds seeing what looked like a deer, but I was soon beginning to believe that Oscar was something else. About a week after this, my father took me hunting. Up I go into a tree stand, holding onto a thick pine, much like the one Oscar had tapped with his horns. This day was cold and foggy. It was a school day, but I was allowed to stay home, and it was also the only year I'd ever go hunting. As I sat in that stand, mostly trying not to fall asleep, I began to turn to look around, eventually scoping out the back side of the tree. Some distance behind me, across the path, I saw a large deer. I was excited, ready to tell my father that I spotted something, but I quickly fell quiet. The deer had looked up at me, looked directly at me even from that distance, even with the fog. I felt like I was staring point blank into its face as well. But the typical glossy black eyes of a deer were not the eyes that I met, and I was soon wishing to go back home. I started to complain to my father. I made up every excuse to go home and escape, and finally he relented, on one condition. I was to go walk with him up toward the southeast side to look for deer on foot. The sky seemed to crack apart as we descended the ladder. Rain was falling now through the trees around us, the fog mostly dissipating in the warm shower. I went eastward while he went south of our position. I ended up nearly at the top of the hill, the one I don't like to go near due to my fear of heights. There was a thicket bush there. It was partly stamped down already, and curious, I poked my head inside and found a young fawn. It was maybe a few days old. I didn't want to disturb it in fear of its mother maybe abandoning it, so I rose up, and as I did, I found myself staring directly at a doe, its mother. She was snorting and stomping in agitation, and instead of charging or trying to push me away, she instead stopped. Her ears went on high alert, then she simply crawled into the thicket, hiding with her fawn. Then I heard the sound of a branch snapping. A branch, not a stick on the ground. It sounded like it had come from somewhere behind me. I walked forward slowly. I could see my father's fluorescent orange cap in the distance. I was stiff as a board when I finally got near him. These woods were beginning to turn sinister. Thankfully, my father was giving up on the day because of the rain and didn't ask me any questions. Apparently, he assumed I was just cold, and that's why I was shaking like a leaf. Later that day, after returning home, my father would come back home after going out again, saying that he saw Oscar walking across the street toward the nearby river. Only at that section it was more like a sandy creek. That was behind our neighbor's house, and oddly enough, to make things worse, the sweet older widow who lived there that I often visited with to birdwatch turned up dead of a heart attack later that same week. Right after her passing, all the sightings of Oscar the deer had died down for nearly 10 more years. Within that time, I began to forget about the weird happenings in the forest and on our property. I had made a friend from across the world who I would video chat with often, and using my phone, I decided one day I'd take a walk with my dog so that I could record the property for her. As I left the house, I went out the back door to show off the large open lawn. I walk across the path, which cuts into the middle of the woods, and I go deeper. As I get near the back end, my dog begins to walk closer to me. I keep going in, despite my dog obviously getting a bit scared, which was completely unlike him. Soon it began to rain, so I decided to turn back toward the house. I didn't want my new phone to get wet. It was my only source of communication with my new foreign friend. I begin to slow down about halfway back, and that's when I begin to hear branches breaking behind me. I turn just so I can show my friend what the sound was. I turn the camera back to the trail, and there's a small oak tree fallen on the path about 50 yards in front of me. A tree that had not been lying there before, nor did I hear it fall and make a sound. Again, all I had heard were branches snapping, so this was quite strange. I look at my dog, who was happily panting now, probably excited to get back home. With that, I decide I'm just being paranoid. I continue to walk back when I suddenly hear a high-pitched, pitiful screech from the direction of our home. If you've ever heard a rabbit scream, it's horrifying. At first, I didn't know what it was, and I began to run towards it. As I get to the house, I find my rabbit dead. He's still warm, though, but there are no footprints in the soft earth, though there should have been. Every part of me was screaming not to stay outside, so I grabbed my perished friend, and I took him inside, only to get him a fleece blanket to wrap him in. I bury him, but I made sure to keep my dog inside while I did. When I was done, I stood up tall. I was on the edge of the woods near the base of our large evergreen pine tree. My eyes were locked on the trees nearby. I then threw the shovel to the ground and shouted at the top of my lungs that this was my home, and whatever was doing this was not welcome. At that point in time, the farm was running low on chickens. All that was really left was a Muscovy duck who was nearly 7 years old. I can say honestly he's still alive somehow. My parents were forced to join the workforce, so it was quieter around here anymore. More sad. I grabbed the shovel and turned. From this view of the farm, the barn is to my right. There is a large red shed in front of me, just off to the right as well. A white shed blocks out most of the view of the red one, and the house is to my left. The road was in my sight, and many trees were sheltered in the large yard toward the west side. Standing in the road, hidden partially by some tree branches, I saw a deer who was the same size and even the same shape as Oscar. It was facing towards me, watching me. I held my ground, still angry at what it did to my rabbit. It must have lost interest, because it looked away from me, and it began to cross the road. But as it did, I finally got a good look at the thing. The creature was massive, but its body was torn, bones showing, and its head was more skull than flesh. I forgot to breathe as I looked at it. When it was gone out of sight, I struggled to breathe again. I went inside, not even feeling safe in my own home. The next day, I would take my dog for a walk, trying to calm down. I was approaching the river that ran parallel to the road, and as I did, the dog began to freak out. I looked up, and down the hill from us, There it stood, knee-deep in the river. I didn't react out of fear. My dog couldn't either. I scooped him up, all 20 pounds of him, and I began to quietly walk back the way we came. By the time I get over a large hill in the road, he calms down, and I'm able to set him down again. I wonder to myself why that thing keeps crossing the road, why it keeps letting itself be seen, but often just barely. I haven't seen it in some time, and I moved out after a while. Maybe it's waiting, maybe it's done with our land, because everything there is dead. I don't know, but that creature made our property a living hell. A quick warning. All of today's stories feature animals preying upon other animals. The Morning Hill, from Whoosh. I'm in my mid-40s now, but way back when I was born and raised, I grew up on a country farm. My family and I lived in the South. I spent a lot of time with my parents. My mom stayed home, and my father only worked a couple of days of the week. When he wasn't working, my dad would spend a lot of time farming. He spent years trying to perfect his corn crop. As for me, when I wasn't at school or I wasn't hanging with friends or helping my dad, you could probably find me on top of the nearby hill. A hill I call the Morning Hill. You'll soon understand why. This big green hill overlooked the farm and the nearby rolling forests. During the spring and summer, the hill was soft and cushy, and on clear days it was especially warm, so it was the perfect napping spot. I was mostly an active kid, but I often did find myself in need of a nap, so you'd find me in the afternoon on that hill on many occasions. But this experience did not happen to me on the hill. One night, my family and I were in our rooms in the house. We were sleeping. It must have been well after midnight. I awoke first to the sound of my dad, who had entered my room and asked me why I was crying. I rubbed my eyes and yawned real big. I asked him what he meant, though he didn't need to answer. Firstly, the look on his face made me realize that he knew now that it wasn't me that was crying. And secondly, I soon heard the crying sound for myself. It was easy to hear from my room, as I like to keep the windows open. The typical sounds of the night often help me fall asleep. Even if the night is cold, I prefer the windows open. But this sound was not typical, nor was it comforting.
Whoosh, go to our bedroom.
My dad requested of me. Plenty creeped out already, I obeyed. I leapt out of bed and jogged to my mom and dad's room. My mom was awake in bed, just listening. I curled up next to her and waited. We watched as my dad came to the room, grabbing the old locked case from the closet where he kept his rifle. Now armed, he went outside after shushing us. We could hear him from that bedroom open and close the front door. Step after cautious and slow step, we heard him round the house, until he was on the same side of the house where my favorite hill was. My mother slowly got up and tiptoed to the window. The blinds at her window were transparent, but not enough, so she began to open them and tie them up so that we could watch through the window. Pale moonlight cascaded through the glass and hit the wood floors, and I swear, when I looked up and saw the silhouette on the hill, I got goosebumps. There was a human shape, only a bit bigger than a child. The figure sat on top of my hill, sprawled out in an overdramatic way. Imagine the way an edgy or melodramatic teenager might throw themselves into their bed after a rough day. That's how they were lying there in the moonlight. From what I could see, their skin was extremely pale. mostly gray with perhaps a touch of blue to it. The parts of their arms that didn't blend in with the rest of the silhouette seemed really thin, immediately reminding me of the old magazines I saw depicting starving children in Africa. I could see a malnourished chest rising and falling as the thing wept.
Hey!
My dad had found the silhouette too. He stood at the bottom of the hill, gun pointing down, shouting a warning towards the figure.
Y'all need something?
My dad was a cautious yet confident man. He wouldn't point a gun at someone unless he knew they were trouble and they were threatening him. That's why he still had the gun pointing down to the ground. Immediately, the figure reacted to the sound of my dad's voice. It shot up into a crouching position, revealing its bald head and a much more angular skull shape. It may have been nearly the size of a child, but it was hardly shaped like a human, more like a sheet of skin draped over chiseled bone. I'd never seen anything like it before, and it made chills go up and down my spine. My mom, who was now back in bed and holding on to me, she began to grip me tighter and closer. I'd never seen her so scared, and for the first time in my life, I began to wonder if my dad was going to make it out of this. But I quickly reminded myself that my dad was much bigger than this thing, and he had a gun. A gun that my father was now aiming at the silhouette, meaning my dad was just as scared. I wondered then what he could see being so much closer to it than us. Then it all happened at once.
The hell?
The creature growled. My dad fired the gun. A puff of dirt shot into the air as my dad missed, and the creature shot off at remarkable speed into the opposite side of the hill. My dad hesitated a moment before running up the hill, peering down when he made it to the top. I watched him scratch his head. After a few seconds, he looked towards the window where he saw us watching, and he shook his head. Then he began to walk back inside. The door opened and closed once again. I heard him take the time to lock it. Then heavy, cautious footsteps came back to the master bedroom. My dad walked in with a sigh and began to lock the rifle back in its case. "Jeffrey, what on earth was that?" My mother demanded to know.
Dunno.
He replied. There was a lot of concern in his voice. My dad may not say much when he talks, but it's easy to see what emotion he has when he does. At least for us it was.
Best not be going out alone for a while.
My mother nodded. Then he looked at me dead in the eyes.
You hear me, boy?
I began to nod repeatedly as fast as I could. He sounded mad, but I could tell he was just worried. I remember that night being kind of cold, but my dad's face was drenched in sweat and pale. That alone scared the heck out of me as a kid. For the next few months, we did as my dad said. None of us would go out alone, not even my dad, as far as I knew anyway. And I began to be too afraid to go nap on that hill, even in the middle of the day. As the encounter became more and more distant and time went by, I decided to ask my dad what he saw that night. He was sitting in the kitchen, cleaning his rifle the night after a hunt. He cut his eyes at me, then smirked.
Gray little thing it was. Bit bigger than you, boy. Little blue veins throbbing through its skin. No fur, no hair all over it. Just as smooth as it could be if it weren't for the bones popping out. Looked fragile, it did. But it sure did have a mouth on it. Really didn't want that thing to bite me. Crawled away too fast to be real. But I saw it, and when I went up there, it was already gone, despite there being acres of clearing before the trees start. There weren't nothing left on that hill that night. But the next morning, just before y'all was awake, I went out alone, even though I told y'all not to. Well, went to the hill, and it seems that thing came back. Must have been a dozen dead squirrels up there. Couple of possums, too. Something had sat there and piled them up, started to gnaw at them, and when it was done, it crawled away, leaving all the remains. That was the most I've ever heard him talk in one sitting, and each bit of what he had to say about that night scared me all over again. Ever since then, I wondered what it could have been. We never did see it again, and I didn't hear Dad talk about it ever again either. So as far as I know, no more dead animals showed up on the property. So what it was, your guess is as good as mine. But what me and my mother saw, and what my dad encountered himself, I think we all knew that very night that it wasn't human. It ruined our lives. From Lady Storm 24. I grew up in the early 70s and my family was extremely poor. My parents' parents were poor and their parents were poor, and as far back as it went, my family has lived in poverty. Luckily for us, the home we lived in was passed down generation after generation. It wasn't much more than a cabin, but it was something to have shelter in, something to grow up in and around. Well, my mom and dad were the first of our family members to own something beyond just the house. As we were all tired of being poor, my father and mother invested in a chicken house. They didn't actually own the chickens they raised. Rather, they were provided chickens by a company, and when they were big enough, the chickens would be shipped back to the company, and my family would be paid based on the weight of the chickens and the number of the chickens. So it was extremely important that the chickens were healthy and well protected. We had a lot of coyotes around those parts, so whenever they got too brave, my dad would stay up in the night, shooting any coyotes he saw that got too close. Eventually, they'd be afraid for another few months or even a year or so. Back then, I went to school in the day and worked all afternoon once I got home. That was just how life was. Most of the time, I would be helping my dad maintain the chicken house. We'd have to make sure the chickens weren't too warm, but were warm enough. If they overheated, they'd fall over dead. We had to make sure they had enough food, enough water, had to keep the water and grounds clean, all that. And every day, my dad would walk through the entire length of the chicken house, which was pretty long, several hundred feet, I think, and he would be keeping an eye out for dead chickens. Each one meant money out of his pocket, and decaying bodies of chickens could endanger the other chickens that were still alive. It was unsanitary, after all. If I wasn't at school or working at the chicken house, I was helping my mom tend to the garden. We had a big garden that took up almost all the property we owned. We also had a milk cow, a couple of goats, and a different breed of chicken that we kept for personal use, mostly for eggs and on occasion for chicken meat. We had about a dozen of those. Well, when I turned around 11 years old, something happened that year that changed our lives forever, for the worse. I think it was a Saturday, which meant waking up with Dad and helping him with the chicken house. I was a little late getting started. It's rough waking up at 6 a.m. as a kid. Most of the time, my mom or dad had to drag me out of bed. I was a few minutes behind him, so when I met him at the chicken house, he was just standing outside of it. He hadn't gone in yet. He had his arms on his hips and he looked exasperated. I heard him curse under his breath, and then I saw what he was looking at. A big old pile of dead, half-eaten chickens. It was the most dead chickens we had had all at once since starting the chicken farm. All in all, I think there were 14 dead chickens. My dad was red in the face, angry and confused. He walked around the building looking for openings where a predator may have gotten in and had his pick of the litter of a chicken buffet. Strangely enough, the chicken house was completely intact. There were no openings, no holes, nothing of the like. And my father knew he had closed the doors the previous night. But he had a hunch as to what happened. We didn't keep locks on the chicken house doors. We lived way out in the country, so locks weren't really necessary. My dad's guess was someone got into the chicken house, and when they left the door open, allowing coyotes to get in, dragging out chickens to eat. After all, a human wouldn't just bite into a chicken raw like that. Why the doors were now closed was probably due to the wind pushing them back shut sometime during the night or morning, which was a blessing, because the coyotes could have gotten even more chickens, or the chickens could have escaped. That made sense to me. Nights were beginning to get pretty cold, so if some homeless person saw a chicken house filled with big heaters that kept the chickens warm, he would walk right in if he could. Going with this assumption, my father later went to the hardware store to purchase some padlocks. After a long and stressful day, we made sure to lock up tight and to keep the key to the padlocks somewhere safe in our own home. The following Sunday morning, my dad was met with a sight that made him more and more indignant. I had never seen him so mad. The doors were shut and still locked, but there was a hole in the side of the wall of the chicken house, and next to the hole were another 8 chicken bodies, which were also half-eaten. I remember saying to my dad almost right away when I saw that, "I didn't know coyotes could dig through a wall like that." Without looking at me, shaking his head, my father replied, "I don't think they can, honey." So my dad didn't believe it was coyotes. I asked him, "So, was it a person?" "Darling, I don't know. Why don't you run back up to the house with your mom, okay? Take the morning off. Just, make sure you're ready for church later, okay?" With an excited "yes, sir," I ran right back up to the house, sleeping in until Mom made some eggs and squash. I didn't really think about it then, but I think my dad didn't want me around the chicken house at the time. I understand now that that was the beginning of my dad's suspicion and fear. My dad spent the remainder of the morning before church fixing the hole in the wall. I could tell when he came back up to the house to shower and get ready for church that he didn't really want to leave the house. But my mom made sure he came to church with us, if not to just relax for a while. If left to his own devices, my dad would stress himself sick, even on a good day. A couple of hours later, when we were coming back, the chicken house was in one piece and everything was fine, for now. That night, though, my dad decided to stay up and sit in a lawn chair by the chicken house. He took his shotgun with him, and he told me and my mom not to wait up. I remember right before I went to bed, I checked out the screen door and looked all the way down the road to where the chicken house was, and I saw my dad circling it. He was literally patrolling around the chicken house, back and forth in a long circle to cover the whole distance of the chicken house. That man was going to be tired in the morning, I thought. Makes me realize now just how much my dad went through to make sure we could live, that we could eat, that I could go to school and church. I really miss my dad, and I wish he was still around so I could tell him thank you. Anyway, back to the story. Somehow, during the night, even though my dad patrolled until sunup, something had gotten in with the chickens while he was on the opposite side of the building, meaning whatever it was able to pry open a square piece of sheet metal, one of many that made up the chicken house, and get inside. And this thing was smarter than I thought it was, because instead of dragging chicken bodies out in the open to feast, it ran around as quickly as it could inside the chicken house, killing and devouring what it could in the short amount of time it took my dad to run inside after getting the locks open. Chickens are real loud when they're panicked, so my dad knew right away that something was wrong. But by the time he made it inside, he saw a flash of the creature and 5 dead chickens with big chunks taken out of them. A trail of blood and feathers led out of the structure, helping my dad ascertain which piece of the sheet metal had been pulled loose. Outside, the trail led into the nearby ditch, and it stopped in the woods. My dad swears he saw a light gray shape bounding through the undergrowth as he heard twigs snapping underneath as it ran. At the time, he didn't know what it was, but his running theory at that point was that it was a larger feral dog, something with jaws strong enough to pull back sheet metal and to tear up 5 chickens in that short of a time span.
Maybe that's just what he told us. The way my dad behaved after that incident, and the one before it, made me think he was beginning to feel more and more scared for our safety. The days went on like this. We lost more and more chickens, no matter what my dad did. Barricading the chicken house, patrolling, planting traps. This animal was able to get in, was able to destroy and devour our livestock. And by the time the next pickup for the chickens came around, my family suffered a huge loss. The loan they had taken out for the chicken house structure could not be paid back for the next few months, and because that meant several missed payments, the collateral they used to get the loan originally was at risk. As things continued, we got to the point we were about to lose our home and land. One night, I woke up. I was so exhausted still. I didn't know what time it was or why I'd been awakened. I remember stretching and yawning real big and looking around the room. Everything was so dark. Shadows were being cast by the moon outside. My little art mannequin, which had been gifted to me by a cousin a few years back, cast the biggest shadow of all, as it was the closest thing to my window. The way the mannequin's oversized shadow hit the other corner of my room made it look like there was something moving around over there, something vaguely human in shape. As my eyes got less blurry and I became more aware from waking up, I noticed there was a chill in my room and a draft. My bedroom window was open. I stared at the corner of the room where the shadows danced. I grew wide-eyed when I saw eyes looking back at me. Those weren't dancing shadows. No. There was a humanoid figure kneeling in my room, and it was crawling around. Now it was watching me, and appeared to be crawling slowly towards me. I screamed then, so suddenly and violently, all that came from my mouth was a broken air. I was hyperventilating, and I tried again to scream. This time something came out, and in a matter of seconds, my dad and mom both burst into my room, as a crawling pale gray figure scuttled over my dresser and out the window. Dad ran to get his shotgun. Mom shut and locked the window, staying with me in my room, trying to calm me down as I continued to hyperventilate. At one point, I blacked out. I can't remember if I actually fainted from breathing too hard or if I fell asleep. When I woke up, it was morning. My head was in my mother's lap. My dad sat in a rocking chair in my room. His face was beet red, and there appeared to be dried tears in his eyes. He was a man at the end of his rope. He was desperate and had no idea what else to do. That same day, he would later tell me that thing appeared to be the same creature or animal that had been attacking and killing our chickens. Something he had come to realize, killed to eat, then continued to kill for the fun of it. Why it had chosen our little homestead, he didn't know. But to him, it was a curse. A random, terrible curse on our family. I wish I could say there was a happy ending. I wish I could say we never saw it again. But these encounters and chicken slaughters continued to happen for the next year, until my family's home was taken away. We moved in with some relatives out of state. We built our lives back up. We continued to go to church. We put as much money into savings as possible, and by the time I was 19, my family was able to own a home again. I worked for the next 6 years living with my parents, partly building a savings for myself and partly giving them what I could to make sure they'd be all right. A few years after that, my dad passed away due to heart failure. I did what I could to supplement her income so we could afford that mortgage, but we lost that home as well. My mother and I moved to the city and lived in a small apartment for a long time. We did end up living in a house again. This one would be permanent for her. Nowadays, I manage a small-town convenience store. And Mom's doing okay. I try to keep her company when I can on the weekends. Not too long ago, when I visited her, we talked about Dad. She told me about how he was before he died. Said he had constant nightmares in his final days. He became more and more wary of unlocked doors and windows. He started talking to Mom about how he felt like a failure to his family, occasionally trying to describe what he remembered of that animal that had ruined our lives. That was all very hard for me to hear. Losing a loved one is bad enough, but hearing that their final moments were stressed, it doesn't put your heart at ease. Something in the Mist, from Darkness Dweller. I come from the north of Italy, and let me tell you, it can be quite foggy here, especially in the Po Valley, which is where I live. A few days ago, I went out for a walk in the morning. On that particular day, the mist was really thick, to the point where I couldn't see more than 10 meters in front of me. I decided not to listen to any music, both because I wanted to enjoy that characteristic atmosphere created by the fog, and because, honestly, I wanted to be as aware of my surroundings as possible. Not that there are any particularly dangerous animals here, but you never know. More or less 1 hour into the walk, which consisted of a series of pathways and trails through the fields, I saw something darting in front of me on all fours. It was too distant for me to actually make out something more than a rough shape. At first, I thought it could be a fox. If I was really unlucky, it might even be a hog. But it didn't seem to notice me, so I wasn't too worried. About 10 minutes later, I saw it again, and again, and again. Every 10 to 15 minutes, I would see it crossing the road in front of me, barely making any noise. On one hand, I thought, I knew I wanted to turn and go back. On the other hand, if I did that, my back would be facing that thing. It would be behind me then, and I didn't like that idea. So I decided to keep moving forward. I was already creeped out, and I preferred to be able to see it, rather than having no idea where it was. After a while, I stepped onto a stretch of road that was paved and passed near some houses, which made me feel a bit safer. Past that, I headed to another trail with a line of trees on either side. The fog there seemed to be even thicker. It was at that point, halfway through the path, that I began to hear a crunching noise somewhere in the distance. I'm not sure if you've ever heard a dog or a cat eating a bird, but it seemed pretty much like that. Stepping onto the grass near the trees, I took a few steps in until I was able to make out a shape crouched in the middle of the trail. It was naked, eating what seemed to be a small rabbit. By then, one would have wisely chose to run the way they came and never look back, which I would have gladly done if I didn't have asthma. Heck, whatever that thing was, it would have surely caught up with me in the span of 200 meters or less, so I decided to do the next best thing. As silently as I could, I hid behind a bunch of trees and bushes, waiting and hoping that that thing wouldn't notice me. After about 10 minutes of listening to that tedious munching, the creature stood up, and for a moment I genuinely thought it was a human. The body structure was the same. It even had hair on its head, but it was way taller than I imagined, and slender to the point where I could make out the shape of every single muscle on its body. What really made me understand that I was not looking at a human being, though, were the hands. Each one of its fingers were elongated and ended in sharp claws. Once I looked up, I noticed that its teeth too were all but human in form. They were as pointy and sharp as those you would see on vampires and TV shows, something like supernatural comes to mind. The fact that the creature was dripping in blood now did nothing but make it way more terrifying than it already was. What I consider the weirdest thing about the whole experience, though, is that I'm pretty sure I heard it crying. Not a howling, ear-piercing cry, but instead something that, to my extreme surprise, resembled a human cry. It was so strange and out of place that for a moment I forgot the utter horror of the situation. Luckily, after a few minutes, it took off in the fields to its left. Then I was able, not without scratches, to sneak out of my hiding spot and call someone to come pick me up, because there was no way I'd be able to walk the rest of the way after seeing that. I'm not sure what I saw, and sure as heck I'm not going out walking again if the fog is so dense. I have to admit though, whenever I think about the whole thing, I can't help but wonder why it was crying. Was it some strange way of luring its next prey? Or was it somehow a sense of remorse for what it had done? The Mulberry Bush by Alexandria G. This event occurred late July in 2017. It has left me completely certain that I may not be here now if this thing had decided it wanted me for dinner. To set the scene, I live in northern Illinois, a place where we are definitely not known for cryptids and supernatural happenings. I lived in a wonderful neighborhood that so happened to be on the edge of a lake and small forest area used for recreation. It's completely surrounded by city, which makes it the opposite of remote and mysterious. But let me tell you that that doesn't mean what lurks within it isn't dangerous. Part of the property is privately owned and fenced off from the rest of the lake. It's used as a dumping ground for small construction businesses around town, and as a playground for the owner's father, who presumably had dementia, to bulldoze rock piles to his heart's content. That specific area is where I've had the worst experiences of my life. I've seen and experienced some of the strangest things, but this experience takes the cake. One of my friends that goes by the name Angel lives directly across the street from that sectioned off property, and down the street from his apartment complex is a baseball diamond that's nestled next to the property quite literally. Where the diamond ends, the fence begins. One summer night, I was walking home from Angel's house. It was 10:30 p.m. when I left the apartment, and I was listening to Pamela Ford on repeat. It's a trivial detail, I know, but it shows you how ingrained into my memory this event became. Here's where the mulberry bush comes in. At the very end of the baseball diamond stands a massive mulberry bush that has attached itself to a tree of some sort to support its own weight. I always pick the berries during the summer to make pie and smoothies. I'm in love with that bush. But as I was nearing the plant, something was looming inside of it. My music was blasting, so I could not hear the silence that had consumed the cicadas and katydids and the entire neighborhood. But I paused my music for a moment so I could concentrate on peering through the dark at the bush. All I could make out was the general shape of the thing, who at the time I assumed was just part of the tree. Until suddenly, with an audible pop, a motion sensor garage light on the house I was in front of came to life and illuminated the bush. The first thing that caught my attention were its eyes. They reflected with a greenish tint in the bright light of the garage, and they were about 11 feet off the ground based on the branch I saw them next to. Then I looked the entire thing up and down from head to toe. Everything was so clear in the light, I could make out little cockaburs sticking to its fur in some spots. Its head was huge, but not cartoonish. This animal, if you'd call it that,
was a carbon copy of a white-tailed buck, from the coloration to the facial features. The only things that allowed me to discern it from a deer was the fact that it was standing on its hind legs. Its antlers looked more like an elk's, and it had a mouth full of teeth that should have been found in a wolf's maw. Its canines protruded a good 2 inches below its upper lip. Its body was lean but muscular, definitely not emaciated as most skinwalker or Wendigo sightings tend to be, as I would later read. Its upright shoulders carried 2 ridiculously long arms that darn near reached its knees, with claws at the ends of fingers instead of hooves. Its torso was thin, but you could see clear muscle definition, and the way it slowly breathed as if trying to disguise itself as a statue. The legs were completely 100% deer, and the fur was the same coloration as a white-tailed deer. White underbelly, white tail and all. As I was trying to take it in, I realized that this thing was now staring straight at me. Its reflective gaze zoned in on my 5-foot frame. The creature, as it stared at me, sidestepped out of the bush in its entirety and cocked its head to one side, maybe in simple curiosity, or maybe to size me up for a meal. Either way, it scared me plenty enough. Then, as if deciding whether or not I was worth the effort, it stepped back into the bush, and for about 30 seconds, it delicately moved from the foliage and slowly walked towards the fence of the private property, before clearing the fence with one swing of its legs. To put this into perspective, the chain-link fence is 7 feet from bottom to top, and it seemed to just walk over it without a second thought. The one thing that really unnerved me about this was the silent snarl that it wore on its face as we stared at each other. Its black lips were curled up in what seemed like a permanent expression of anger, its pearly whites glinting in the garage light. What most people don't grasp is the fact that a true predator will never make a sound when it hunts. It's not like Jurassic Park, where the T-Rex is roaring every 2 seconds as it chases down the jeeps. No, if I hadn't seen it first, just by chance, right in the center of my neighborhood, I may never have seen it, whether it wanted to hurt me or not. That creature never made a sound. I urge you to be careful no matter where you live, and be aware of your surroundings, because if you're not aware, other hungrier things always are. Wendigo in the Woodland by Chris. I'm 15 years old. This happened about 6 or 7 months ago. To be honest, it's still kind of hard to talk about. I live in a rural town in Wisconsin, and I've always been fascinated by mythological creatures and the supernatural. So much so that one of my favorite pastimes is hunting for them. I have a couple of friends who usually accompany me in looking for haunts. You could call us a team. There was Alex, the tech guy, Josh the tracker, and me, the team leader. Keep in mind that us being serious was the last thing on our minds. But when Josh told me that he had heard a story from his father about an odd creature that haunted the woods around town, we were more excited than ever. Josh is Native American, and his father has always tried to instill the culture of his people, with little success. But this time around, Josh was the first to suggest that we go looking for this creature, even though his father had forbidden us from searching for it. He didn't care though. We ended up going on this expedition regardless, without telling any of our parents what we were actually doing. It was 11:30 that night when I met up with the group outside the woods. Alex brought the flashlights, the radios, and the cameras. Josh brought the first aid kit in case we got hurt, rope and firecrackers as makeshift signal flares, though we often resorted to just playing around with them. I brought some knives for cutting through the rather thick underbrush, the water and the breakfast bars, 4 for each of us. I'll skip the looking and false scares because there were a lot that night. Something about it made us on edge. About an hour or 2 later, we found an odd marking in one of the trees. 4 long scratches straight down. At first, I thought it was a bear mark or something, but I noticed that it was much too thin. Then again, I reminded myself I wasn't really nature savvy, so I didn't put too much weight into it. We ended up going about as deep into the woods as you could get. That is where we saw something that will forever creep us out. Still warm, red liquid. There was so much all over the place it looked like a crime scene. Josh thought maybe it was from a deer, but I didn't agree. It was just too weird. It was more like something had been tossed all over the place, not simply tracked down and hunted. I can't quite describe it. I just had this static sensation under my skin and up my spine. Everything was telling me we needed to get out of there, but my curiosity suppressed all those feelings. Alex was staring at the red, like he was in some sort of trance. I think he may have been more shocked than the rest of us. Suddenly, we all heard a loud, ear-rupturing screech, mixed with a scream or roar. It sounded nothing less than unnatural. We all came very close to screaming. For some reason, I just shut off my flashlight, and I told the others to do the same. Then, we saw something. 2 glowing lights in the woods. It took a few seconds for my eyes to adjust, but when they did, I immediately wished they hadn't. I saw what looked like a man, but incredibly skinny and tall, like 6 or 7 feet tall, with a snout that was elongated. I always thought of myself as a very calm and collected person, but when I looked at what it was holding in its long, pointy fingers, I came seconds from screaming once again. It looked like an arm, a human arm. I told my friends to get down slowly. It seemed like hours passed as we watched that thing slowly make its way over to, and eventually past us. The entire time it was sniffing in the air, mouth watering, like it smelled a freshly cooked pizza. Then my heart stopped as the creature stood still for a moment and turned back in our direction. It walked right in front of where we were hiding. It stopped again when we suddenly heard another noise coming from it, a gentler, yet far more terrifying noise. It was the voice of a young girl.
"Please, someone help me. I'm lost."
It spoke in an almost perfect human imitation. Panicking, I took out one of the pocket knives and I jabbed it right in its heel. The moment I did, it roared again. As the 3 of us took off running for our lives. We must have covered 100 yards in only a few seconds, but we ran and ran and ran until we couldn't run anymore. By then, we all collectively realized that we may be screwed. We heard the cracking and smashing of sticks coming to us, so we hid behind some of the trees. By the grace of God or something, the thing ran right past us, but we sat there for 20 minutes more before finally getting the courage to run off in the general direction of where we came from. We were trying to be as quiet as possible, yet as fast as possible, before making it to my house and running straight up to my room and locking the doors and windows. We lay there for some time, just thinking in silence about what we saw. The other guys slept over, too afraid to go back to their own houses because that would mean going back outside, and outside was where that thing was. We've never gone within a 3-mile radius of those woods again, but sometimes I still get that static feeling under my skin at home. And now, whenever that happens, I always close my window and find something to protect myself with. Just writing this scares the devil out of me. Wendigo by Harley. I'd like to first say that I didn't find out what this actually was until I turned 12 and listened to a few stories online. Stories that matched my own. I was 7 when it happened, out back at my auntie's house. Out there is a trail that leads deep into the mountains. It was on an occasion my Uncle Jared had decided to take us out walking on those trails to explore a little bit. About 20 to 30 minutes into the trail, we hear the trees rattling. This is rural Canada, so wind coming through the mountains isn't rare. But something was off about this. We decided to truck on, not paying much mind to the weird wind. After a little while longer, Jared points out something in the tree line about 10 meters away. I turned toward the tree line and saw antlers poking out from behind one of the trees. Being young and ignorant at the time, I said as quietly as a 70-year-old could get, excitedly, "Look, a deer!" But my uncle did not feel the same. And now I realize why. Looking back on it, a deer's head coming from 8 feet off the ground from behind a tree, with eyes more akin to a predatory cat, that wasn't normal. He grabbed me by the arm, and we began to run back. As I heard the thing coming out of the tree line behind the tree, I turned to look back, seeing a creature with a strange posture and an appearance between a deer and frog, ran perpendicular to us along the tree line. After about 10 minutes of running, I was entirely winded, but we continued going until we made it back to the trailer. Once there, my uncle said not to tell my parents. They would get mad at him and not trust me with him anymore, not to mention he knew that they wouldn't believe our little story. He said if anyone asked, we were just spooked by wildlife or maybe a homeless person. But even at that age, I knew that thing was the furthest thing from human. I still tell this story to my friends, and none of them believe me. You don't have to either. But I'll always look back on this odd experience with fear and curiosity. The Thing in My Crawl Space by Eric K. I live in Canada, in one of the most citied areas. On either side of my street, there is a line of houses, each containing 10 or 12 homes. My house sits on a bit of a hill and has a lot of windows, maybe a tad too many. Now, my house has 3 levels, all having about 12 stairs to climb to get up there. My room was on the 3rd floor, and it makes me feel somewhat safer being off the ground. But my room does have a crawl space that takes up one of the corners of my room, and on the other side of my door, there's a 4 to 5 meter hallway that leads to my parents' room. I was 12 years old at the time, so this experience was especially terrifying to my young mind. One weekend, my parents were going out, and of course I asked if I could stay home. I was big into Fortnite and wanted to play some. They said okay, so I went on up to my room after they left, and I played for about an hour. It was then that I was interrupted by an odd sound. Like a loud metal on metal sound. I turned to my window, and just in a nick of time, I see in the spotlight of the street lamp something darting across the yard in front of us, I thought it was a raccoon at the time. Everyone had their garbage cans out for the trash truck tomorrow, so I didn't think much of it. But I did call my mom to let her know what I saw. She laughed and said to make sure the dogs were inside. So I ran downstairs to let them in. While I was walking back upstairs, I heard the same metal on metal sound. This time much closer. I brought the dogs upstairs and locked them in my room as I was beginning to feel uneasy. I put my headset back on, but as I do, I hear a loud thump that makes me and even the dogs jump. I yanked my headphones off and listened for a moment, but I did not hear anything else for a while. So I decided to turn on a movie instead and try to get some sleep. But first, I let my dogs out of my room. They were snoring way too loud for me to sleep. This was something I would quickly regret. While dozing off, I heard the sound that was like a dog trying to become comfortable, like nails on wood. I was confused because the dogs were in my parents' room now, and that was a bit too far away, and there were too many walls to hear it that clearly. This put me on edge. Then I began to hear a creaky metal sound, like a squeaky hinge on an old door, followed by an intense feeling of dread overwhelming me. I slowly turned my head to my closet, but I saw nothing. Then I turned my head to the left, and my heart sank. There, my crawlspace door was slightly open. I wanted to force myself to get up, but I was too scared to move. Then, I saw a dinner plate-sized hand reaching towards my face. I was able to scream now. The hand pulled away, and I broke out of this trance I was in. I ran to the door and went to get my dogs, sweating and crying at the same time. When I found the dogs, I saw that they were cowering. I looked back down the hallway to see a pale figure in my room. It scuttered away before I could make out full detail. Before I knew it, there was something racing out of my window, and I saw a shadow darting across the street, similar to before. I waited for my parents to come home. Then I cried in their arms as they denied and denied again my story. Ever since that night, I've kept a kitchen knife at my bedside, just in case it comes back. And I've also sealed that door shut with tape, glue, nails, everything I could get my hands on, because I do not want it back in my room. Because who knows, next time I may be asleep, and I may not be awake to run away and save my own life. Oklahoma Plains, Wendigo by Hunter C. It was a normal drive home from the oil fields until I saw it. Something that I've never seen before on or off the road. Keep in mind that the road I was driving on is not used very often. I saw a row of deer carcasses lined up across the road. Something told me that I needed to get out of that place to turn my vehicle around, but before I could, I saw something totally inhuman standing right there by my driver's side door. Something with a head like a deer's skull. My heart was pounding so fast, it was all I could hear. I thought I was going to pass out from fear. It let out a scream unlike anything I've ever heard before. I froze, doing everything in my power to try to move again, as it took another step toward my vehicle. The creature was huge, standing at about 8 feet tall, easily towering over my small truck. It started to sniff the air. I honestly thought this was it for me. I slowly reached for my back pocket. My key fob had an alarm button, and it would play whether my truck was started or not. The moment I pressed the button, it spooked the creature, and it sprinted away at an unnatural speed. I floored the gas. I've never driven so recklessly before. I went at a top speed of 95 miles per hour, and this was on some back road. I'm surprised I didn't crash. When I saw the end of the road leading to the highway, I felt so relieved. It's been 3 years since the incident, and I always get the feeling that something is watching me when I'm driving out there. It's part of the job, and I just hope it doesn't come back. My Experience in Algonquin National Park by Ike. I was taking a school trip with about half of my grade through the forests of Algonquin National Park. It's a huge provincial park where you're surrounded by water and trees and pretty much nothing else. The wildlife there flourished, and everything is secluded from our present society. In other words, there's no signal on your cell phone for the most part. No buildings, no nothing. We stayed there for a week with 2 guides and 6 other guys my age. The first day was great. We got to this camp that my school was hosting. I remember the lake water and trees and the beautiful cabins that we slept in for the night. Nothing too interesting happened that day. We got there and set up for the week. When we woke up, we headed down to the main lodge for breakfast, and then set off for the water. On our second full day there, we were canoeing. I think we were doing it for about 5 or 6 hours. I didn't have a phone or watch with me, so I had to use the sun to guess. By the time we found a nice spot to sleep for the night, it was really dark. We set up our tents and got ready for dinner. On my way through the forest looking for twigs and branches for kindling, I spotted the most curious-looking animal. It stood like a person, but had the hide of a deer, and the head of it was like a wolf and deer mixed together. The moment I saw it, my body kicked into some primal fear mode. I stayed absolutely still, and my breathing went so quiet that I couldn't even feel or hear it. I was alone in the woods with this thing. My camp a few minutes away. I heard a snap of a twig, making me nearly jump. My head darted in that direction, and when I didn't see anything, I quickly turned back to this abomination before me, but it was gone. Quickly, I took the opportunity to run back. I was twigless when I came back, and my guides asked why I hadn't gathered anything. I quietly told them that I couldn't really find much good kindling, and that I wanted to help them start the fire instead. They looked at me funny but consented. About 2 days later, we were canoeing again. We did a portage and then canoed and portaged again, repeating the process, until we came upon a mother moose and her baby drinking in the water. They were beautiful but intimidating. All of a sudden, I was overwhelmed with this feeling of terror. I was worried. I began to scan the forest around us, and I spotted the thing I'd seen before just 2 nights ago. I didn't know what it was, but just having it around me, it made me feel like my world was coming crashing down. My group started to shout at the moose to get them to move. We were in the water, so we should have been safe from any moose attacks. And luckily, the mother moose and baby got the idea. They turned and disappeared into the forest. By the time we reached the shore, the creature had disappeared as well, though I was left horrified at the idea of being in the woods again with that thing. That night, we were roasting marshmallows, the stereotypical camping trip snack. My throat got dry all of a sudden, so I went over to my tent to get some water. And a few minutes later, we went to bed. About 3 hours after that, I woke up, quickly regretting all the water I had drank. It must have been about 1 in the morning if I had to guess. I found myself a nice little spot to relieve myself. I didn't bring a flashlight, but it was okay because the moon was shining brightly in the sky, That was when, once again, the dreadful feeling came over me, as goosebumps sprouted all over my skin. Something about the dark had always freaked me out, but this was different. This was like my body knowing it wasn't alone anymore. It knew I was in danger. I felt this sudden urge to turn around, and soon I did. I saw the creature again, standing on 2 legs. It was closer than ever before, really giving me an idea of how big it was. Its eyes reflected yellow in the moonlight, and it was bony below its neck. And to be real with you, it looked like it had passed away a long time ago. It was more like a walking corpse than a living thing. I screamed, but all that came out was air, no sound. And then I ran back to my tent and hid under a blanket. Somehow I fell back asleep, because the next thing I knew, it was bright out, and we were getting ready to leave the area. Luckily for me, it was the last time I'd see that Wendigo again. Nighttime Tapping by X.O. Drahas. I'm 14. My family is Amish, and lately I've been having these experiences. It's been happening for a year now. I've seen this thing once, and I believe or hope that it was a dream. But for a dream, it's far too real and vivid. It began a month after we moved into a new house. One night when I was lying in bed, playing on my phone, and yes, some Amish do use phones, when I suddenly heard 2 light taps on a window beside my bed. I froze, afraid to look, and after a few moments when I turned, I saw nothing there. A year after that, I had forgotten about that night, and I have moved into a different room. These experiences last for the course of 3 or 4 months. I would be lying in bed reading a book or minding my own business, when I'd hear a thump thump tap tap tapping sound on the window, facing the foot of my bed. Once again I would freeze in terror, and after a minute or 2 the thumps would go away. This really stressed me out, filling me with insane amounts of terror every time it happened. But then a particular night rolled around. As usual, I hear the tapping and look out my window, as had become my routine. But this time, I see something. I see the thing that I'm certain has caused all the tapping. It's a white, hairless thing with black pits for eyes and pale, human-like body. It's staring at me, crawling on all 4s on the ground. Every time I blinked, it had scuttered to a different place quickly, until it disappeared in the distance. For some reason, I wasn't as terrified as I usually was. Instead, I felt mystified, and I quickly fell back to sleep. It's now February of 2018 as I'm writing this, and I've moved into a new room. But over the past month, the tapping has continued every now and then. And I'm not alone in this anymore, because a friend of mine has reported to me that she had seen something jump off of a street lamp and scurry away. They even heard something stomping around in the loft of their uncle's barn, and just a couple of days ago, they also heard something tapping on their window. These things are still happening, and I'm planning on trying to get a photo. If you don't hear from me, let's hope the worst didn't happen. Rake or Wendigo in the Woods by Foira. I was in the 2nd grade, and it was way past my curfew. My friend Jameson and I were out that night exploring the woods a couple of blocks away from our houses. It was quiet and warm out that night, and it was very comfortable. But it was a little bit too quiet, really. Usually in our neighborhood, you would hear frogs and crickets at night, but not that night. It was so weird, it was like some strange phenomenon. Anyway, it was a Friday night and we were a couple of little kids. We had walked into the woods, and the minute we stepped into them, I immediately felt like something was watching me. Hey, Jameson, do you feel that?
"Stop, Jamie," he replied. "Stop trying to freak me out." I rolled my eyes and began to scan the woods around us. There was absolutely nothing there, so why we were feeling this way, I didn't know. I tried to talk Jameson into leaving with me, but he said no. I didn't want to stay anymore, but I was certainly not going back by myself. We continued walking until we soon came upon a clearing. I scanned the tree line a little bit, and that's when I saw something weird. There was a gray, thin figure, hunched over. Its arms and legs were like twigs, they were so bony. It looked like someone who hadn't eaten for months, more like bones on top of skin. I could see its ribs even from behind. Jameson must have noticed it as well, but as he stepped over to stand next to me, he stepped on a twig, which snapped, causing the thing to turn and look at us. Its eyes were more like pits in its face. We screamed and ran in the opposite direction, straight towards home. It didn't follow us, but that didn't matter. We still ran like there was no tomorrow. This is something that has been seared into my memory, and me and Jamesons want to go back out into those woods at night to see it again. Call us crazy, but that's just how we are. That night will definitely haunt me forever. I own a Tesla, and I regret it now. By Anonymous. Has anyone ever experienced something weird on a road trip? Because I have a story to share with you, back when me and my girlfriend were still together. We had decided to go towards Illinois for the week, since my boss had gotten into an accident and wouldn't be out of the hospital until next Sunday. Like usual on a road trip, we packed our stuff into the Tesla. Bear in mind it was a used one. We didn't get on the road until about 8 p.m. By the time we were on the interstate highway, there wasn't a single light on the road or any other car headlight to be seen. So, like any person would, I decided to switch my autopilot on. Sure, I don't entirely trust the feature yet. It's a little bit sketchy to me. But after a while of monitoring it on the road, I was consumed by my phone, playing mobile games. Suddenly, I hear that chime that the Tesla plays when there's something in front of the car. It quickly slams the brakes on. By then, I'm thinking it was a deer or something walking out into the middle of the road. But as I stare out over the dashboard, I don't see anything. Maybe a malfunction, I thought. I re-engaged the autopilot, thinking that it was just an animal who had already passed on the road when I looked up. I began playing more mobile games, until I hear the same freaking chime. I look in the road and there's nothing again. This time I start driving on my own. I'm beginning to think it's something with the autopilot. Then the car suddenly just turns off. I put it in neutral and push the car to the side. But something catches my eye. In the distance, I can make out a silhouette of a figure with arms and legs contorted in weird ways. I call out, "Hello? Are you okay?" Of course, just assuming it's a person. When they're close enough, the figure lunges towards the car at an extremely sudden and rapid speed. Whatever it is clawing at the side of the car, trying to get inside, and even chips the glass a bit. Suddenly, my girlfriend must have woke up, because she screams loud enough to scare the thing and cause it to run away into the darkness. I manage to get the car started, and I drive as fast as I can away from that area, not putting it back on autopilot because I did not want to be stopped again, not until I saw daylight or we had a place to stay. What in the world we saw that night, I have no idea. And it makes me a bit irritated that my Tesla almost got us attacked. The Thing in the Woods by Anonymous. To begin, my friend is letting me write this story for her. She said it's helping her get a laugh off of her chest. And this story has to do with her. Me and Opal, my best friend, were going camping for the weekend, and from the start she was not having fun.
She was having a lot of panic attacks, as her boyfriend had recently left her, well, to go into the army, and she felt scared for him. I thought I could help her feel better, so we left right after work one day to try to enjoy ourselves. The first day was fine, but she couldn't sleep. She never does sleep that much anyway. I, on the other hand, was exhausted and passed out pretty quickly. The following 2 days were when it started to get bad. Opal wanted to go into town to call her mom and tell her how the trip was going. The sun had been setting, and by the time we got halfway, Opal suddenly screamed. I didn't see that I had almost hit a deer, but we didn't stop until getting to town. She stayed in the car, and I went in for gas and to let her get some privacy while she was on the phone. Outside the car, it smelled really bad. Not thinking much about it, I simply walked back to the car when I had gotten the gas. She was crying on the phone, and as I stepped inside, she hung up and acted like everything was fine again. I didn't ask, worrying that it wasn't any of my business. We headed back to camp, and along the way I could hear a clicking sound. I thought it was my car. It was a crap car after all. I asked her to turn the music down so I could hear it better. She did, and I realized it wasn't the car. It sounded more like the sound of a little kid would make when you tick them off. I stopped the car and got out. Now the smell had followed us somehow, and it was worse than ever. There was this sound coming from all around us, and Opal could hear it too. She got out of the car. We looked around for the source of the smell but could not find it. We got back on the road. Not long after that, Opal nearly yanked the wheel out of my hand. I slammed on the brakes. Turns out there was something in the road that I almost didn't see, and it looked like the same deer as before, but now I had gotten a better look at it. This was no deer. There was red all over it, chunks of meat missing, and flies swarming about it. Suddenly it charged at us. The thing rammed into the car, pushing it back a few feet with force. Opal screamed as the battery went out in the car, and I tried to get it started again. The creature was in front of us, making that clicking sound, before it suddenly stopped and simply walked away into the woods, like nothing ever happened. We gunned it back to camp, packed up for the night, and left back home. There was something wrong with those woods, and I don't think it would have been safe to stay out there. Even back home, I didn't feel as alone as I should have been. Wendigo at the cabin. From Jake. Location: Granby, Colorado. This story happened when I was 10 years old. My grandpa owns a 200-acre property with a cabin up in Granby, Colorado that is surrounded by forest, which he allows my family to go to. Me and my sister were sleeping in the second floor of this cabin, where there are 2 beds and a window overlooking the property and the long driveway. We had just gotten up there after a long drive, and all of my family had fallen asleep. But I woke up at 1:30 a.m. to a loud scream, or maybe a howl. I quickly went to the window to check it out, but the sound seemed too far away from me to see what it was, so I brushed it off as nothing. About half an hour later, I woke up again to the sound of scraping on the roof, so I hid underneath the covers. I spent probably 5 minutes under those covers, but it felt like an hour. While I was under them, I suddenly heard a thump on the ground. I finally mustered the courage to look out the window, and then I saw something that I'll never forget. A huge, skinny creature was crouched in the driveway. It had a long snout, but not like a dog's. It also had antlers poking out of its head. I quickly grabbed a flashlight to shine on it, and that was a bad idea. As soon as the flashlight hit it, it whipped around and looked right at me.
That's when I saw its yellow, rotten-looking teeth and white, solid eyes. The thing and I stared at each other for about 10 seconds. Then it ran off incredibly quickly. With a flash, it was gone. The following morning, I told my dad what I saw excitedly, but he said that I was probably just dreaming. When I went outside, I saw large hoof prints like tracks, but oddly enough, there was a claw at the end of one of the toes. This wasn't your regular deer or elk, that's for sure. And the encounters did not end there. 2 days later, my sister and I were following a herd of cows my grandpa kept on his property. The cows were very calm and let us walk around them. They were in a clearing with trees surrounding it. But suddenly, as we were in the clearing, the cows spooked and just ran off. In the trees across from where we came into the clearing, there I saw the creature from a couple of nights ago. It was staring at us. The two of us were frozen in fright. Then the creature began to stand up, nearly resembling a person. Nearly. And it seemed to be grinning at us like a person would if they wanted to scare you. At that point, my sister and I sprinted back to the cabin. Neither me nor my sister went out without a parent after that. It's been 3 years since that incident, and I've done some research since then, and I know what we saw was a Wendigo. Though you can't really say that, because people say the Wendigo doesn't exist. Eyes in the Woods, from J. Min. Location, West Dover, Vermont. For context, this happened during the first week of August in 2016. It must have been around the same time as the Brazil Summer Olympics. Every kid growing up gets the feeling that they're being watched in the middle of the night, that there's a monster under their bed. Their parents would show them that there was nothing there to be afraid of, assure them that monsters do not exist, and that would be the end of things. I was one of those kids. Every night before I went to sleep, I would check under my bed and look inside my closet to make sure nothing was there. After I would determine that they were both clear, I would go to sleep. I grew out of that constant fear and dismissed the idea of monsters, but I never thought that fear would one day catch up to me. It was a bright summer day in West Dover, Vermont. I was on a weekend getaway with two of my closest friends, Jay and Dan. We were all 16 at the time, getting ready to start our junior years of high school in 3 weeks. Our families are very close, and Jay's family offered a trip to the rest of us. Jay's grandfather owns a cabin along the edge of the Dover County forest, right next to Cheney Brook. They would use the house in the winter during the ski season, whenever they wanted to ski on Mount Snow, which overlooks the valley. It was particularly cool that August morning, only getting to about 66 degrees by midday. My friends and I are very avid hikers, and a small trail, no longer than 6 miles long, goes right past the cabin. Seeing this as an opportunity to get away from our families, we packed up a tent, sleeping bags, and some other essentials, then headed out onto the trail. We made our way to the trailhead on the other side of the development and turned back around at about 4 p.m. We got about 4 miles in on the walk back and decided to set up camp as it was getting dark. We found a clearing on the side of the trail and got to work. I built a fire pit out of rocks I found in the area, while Jay and Dan gathered sticks to build a fire. We got the fire going around 7:30 and started cooking the hot dogs that we had brought with us. We turned on some music, shared a few stories, and overall we were having a great time. Jay brought 3 beers from the fridge in the cabin, so each of us cracked one open and sipped on them while we were eating. The fire began to dim around 8:30, so we all went to grab some more sticks. While I was collecting sticks, The speaker stopped playing music since my phone's Bluetooth was out of range. For a few minutes, I got a chance to listen to the natural sounds of the wilderness. However, there were no sounds. No birds chirping, no crickets making noise, not even a breeze making the leaves rattle. It was absolutely silent. I felt uneasy and made my way back to camp. The whole time I was walking back, I felt as though I was being watched, and a chill ran down my spine. Once I made it back to the fire with my kindling, I could see a look of confusion on Jay's face. He was watching the opposite way of me when I got back, and he seemed confused to see me when he turned around. "How did you get behind me so fast? I was just talking to you a second ago over there." He pointed off in the direction that he had been staring in when I came back, and I assured him that I wasn't over there. "Well, what did you need help with then? You kept saying, 'Help me.'" At this point, I was shaken. No one else was on the trail with us at that time of night, and Dan was only a couple of meters away from me when we were collecting sticks, so I knew that it wasn't Dan trying to mess around with Jay. At this point, Dan came back, and we all just decided that it was nothing. We didn't play any music at this point, and the sounds of the wild sparked back up. A good hour went by, and we all felt pretty tired by this point. Dan went into the tent. Jay and I were getting ready to put the fire out. Then it happened again. The woods went silent, and I immediately got chills. Jay and I didn't like the vibe in the area, and we were hesitant to stay out, but we did anyway. "Hey!" Jay and I both turned around fast. A voice called out from the tree line. We were startled. "Help me." The voice called out again. "Help me." The voice was deep and distorted, and it just didn't sound right. Jay and I were on edge, and Dan had just come back out of the tent. "Did you hear that?" he asked. We were all looking off into the tree line for about 15 more minutes, but whatever was there got quiet. Jay turned on the video camera that he brought with him and began filming the tree line to see if he could spot something, anything. Suddenly, we heard a shriek. The sound was unlike any animal I'd ever heard. It started off similar to an elk's call, but there was a human nature to it, like a person screaming with the voice. We all stood up. Again, we heard the shriek, only this time it was closer. Terrified, we all jumped into the tent. I knew that whatever was out there was no elk, because elk in that area are not very common, and they have a higher, more consistent pitch than this thing screeching. We heard the shriek again. Luckily, it did not seem as close as the one before. All of us went into panic mode, looking to each other for answers and a way to get out of this situation. At this point, Dan opened the tent door. He got out of the tent and began to run. Jay and I exchanged looks and followed him down the trail. We were running faster than we had ever run before. All of us were experienced in cross-country, so we all knew how to pace ourselves. The only difference here was the sheer adrenaline running through our bodies, changing our mindsets, and instead of pacing ourselves, we made ourselves run as fast as possible. The sky was clear. The moon was almost full, its light cascading through the canopy, lighting up the trail. The entire time we ran, we could hear rustling in the brush behind us with the eventual groan of whatever was chasing us. About a mile away from the trailhead, we were all pretty tired and began to slow down. At this point, we heard something dart right past us in the brush. It moved faster than anything I'd ever seen. We all stopped in our tracks. None of us knew what was going on, and I had never had so much fear in my life. We saw a shadow dart across the trail in front of us, and once it went back into the brush, we ran again. It almost sounded like it was circling us, as it followed us back to the cabin. It only took us 12 minutes to cover the 2 miles of trail to the cabin, and as soon as we made it to the trailhead, we took off towards the cabin. We made it to the door, ran inside, and locked the door behind us. We then frantically ran to every door and window in the cabin, making sure they were locked. Jay's parents, who were the only ones up at the time, did not understand why we were back so early from our hike, but before they could ask us any questions, there was a thud on the roof. Everyone grew quiet. There was a second thud, then 2 quick ones, progressively moving towards the deck. The thuds turned into the sound of footsteps, and then it stopped. Anxiously, we all watched the deck to see what would jump down, but I don't think any of us were expecting to see what we did. A loud crash came from the deck, and in front of us was a man. A man who did not look right. It looked like he hadn't eaten in months, made up of only skin and bones. His eyes were pale and glazed over. He was almost bald with only a few strands of hair on the top of his head. His hair was silver, making him look old in addition to the wrinkles in his skin. His skin was as white as snow, and he was completely undressed. He seemed much taller than any man that I'd seen before. However, I couldn't tell you exactly how tall he was. He was on all fours. At that moment, I realized that what was on the other side of the screen glass door was not a man at all. It didn't even look human. It stared right through the glass at us, its pale, lifeless eyes not blinking or moving an inch. All of us looked right back at it, horrified. It screeched loudly, then jumped back onto the roof with ease, and we never saw it again. All of us were too scared to go to sleep, and once the sun came back out, we felt a sense of security that we hadn't felt that night. Jay had recorded the majority of the encounter, and after going through the tape multiple times, we were still at a loss for words. We never went back for our stuff on the trail that weekend, and a year later during the winter, we hiked back out to find that some of it was still there. However, we did not go unarmed. I wasn't a big believer of the paranormal before then. I would go urban exploring with the guys a lot before that, and we would see and hear things that we could never explain. But that stuff was easily ignored. This was different. This was real. It was tangible. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. I don't think I can ever unsee that thing or get it out of my mind. We got lucky that day. I've had trouble going back into those woods ever since, and I've been hesitant to stay at the cabin during ski season. Jay's grandfather has changed the locks since then, so I feel a bit safer than before. But part of me always feels as though someone is watching whenever I'm up there. Other encounters with something similar to what we saw have happened all over Vermont, and from what we found, it most accurately describes a Wendigo. The Wendigo is a legend created by the Algonquin people to deter those in the tribe from falling into the grasp of greed and to deter those who craved human flesh. But every legend has its truth. I can't be sure that what I saw was a Wendigo, but the description and similarities, they're uncanny. But whatever we saw may be, it still haunts me to this day, and I don't think I'll ever go back into those woods. Wendigo in Maine, from Jacob P. Location, Maine. It was the summer of 2018. I went to visit my cousins in Maine. It was the 1 week of the year I'd get to be there and visit them. The night I got to their family lodge, something felt off there, but I brushed it off. The next morning, my cousin Aiden and I decided to go out on a bike ride. Sooner or later, my other cousins joined us, but they got too far ahead of us. Eventually, Aiden and I felt like we were being watched. We soon realized that the woods around us had gone quiet. My stomach was beginning to feel queasy, so I told Aiden that we should probably head back home. Even though he appeared to be creeped out, he said that he didn't want to go yet, but I insisted, and I told him I'd tell him why later. We began to bike back to the lodge, but we soon slowed down because we were winded. We were tired. It was then that we heard the scream. I looked back, and I saw a humanoid shape on all fours in the tree line, but that's all I could see before we forced ourselves to continue at full speed. That was the end of it. The rest of the trip was fine, though Aiden and I kept to ourselves and avoided any more bike rides. Wendigo sighting in New York. From Johnny Cheap. Location, New York. This happened 7 months ago. I was riding my dirt bike after school behind my house. There is a big field there that is owned by the town. As I was riding along the forest's edge, I heard this loud screech. I laughed because it had sounded funny to me, but what I saw next scared me. I stopped my dirt bike in its tracks to see what it was. At first, I honestly thought it was a very tall and skinny homeless man who was not wearing any clothes, but I realized that this thing was 8 feet tall. This was beyond strange, but when I looked closer, I wished it really was just a crazy homeless guy, because it looked at me and began to mimic almost perfectly the sound of my dirt bike. Immediately, I turned on my bike, and I peeled out of there so fast. I didn't know what it was, and I still don't, but I don't want to get anywhere near it. My House of Horrors. From RAJ54. Location, British Columbia, Canada. This is just one of the many stories I've had in my old childhood home, but needless to say, it's the worst. Ever since I was born, we had lived in this old house on the outskirts of my little village. Near this area, I have had plenty of encounters with otherworldly things, but you would think at least you'd be safe in your own home, right? Wrong. Ever since I was a kid, my family would have plenty of weird things happen to us. Finding car keys in the basement even though my dad left them in the kitchen. Or the house landline phones randomly ring, and when we pick up, no one is there. You would think that's probably just prank callers or clumsy behavior, but the thing is, no one, and I mean no one, ever goes in the basement. And these prank calls happened 5 times a week. It was just too weird. Anyway, this little story happened when I was around 8 years old. My parents went on a little no-kids holiday and had hired a babysitter to look after us. They soon packed up for their 3-day trip and headed off after giving us kisses. They said that the babysitter would be 5 minutes away after they left, and that she knew that the spare key would be inside the pot outside. She would be able to let herself in. They said don't get into any trouble, and then they were gone. Me and my siblings, my younger sister and my older brother, sat down on the couch and began to watch TV, when suddenly the doorbell rang. The babysitter was early. We were confused as to why, so we looked out the little peephole to see a girl who looked about 15 years old. Obviously, we assumed that she was the babysitter, so we let her in. She said hello to all of us, then we went back to watching TV. She sat down and didn't really care much for the TV, but she did kind of just stare at us. We were new to this babysitter stuff. Our parents didn't usually leave like this. I assumed she was just making sure we all looked okay. She suggested we go into the backyard and play hide and seek. It was getting pretty dark now, and it was the winter season, so it was quite cold. Our parents had told us before leaving that we shouldn't go outside, especially at night, and especially in this kind of cold. But the babysitter insisted that we go. It was then that I knew that something was off. We started walking toward the door that led outside, when the doorknob began to jiggle around. We were freaking out and backed up when we saw that whoever was outside was now unlocking the door. We hid behind the couch, huddled together, while the babysitter was telling us not to make a sound and that she would go and check it out. She left us there, tears welling up in our eyes. We waited. Soon we heard footsteps coming towards the living room. But there was only one pair, meaning the babysitter probably shooed the person away. Right? We stood up from behind the couch and looked up. We were trembling now because we saw a lady. She appeared to be in her mid-20s. She said with a smile, "There you guys are." And then she listed our names. We looked at her like she was a monster, but she looked back at us and said, "What's wrong, guys? They said to be here at 8:30, right? And why are you looking at me like that?" We looked at her, still not saying a word, until my older brother spoke up and said, The girl, our babysitter was already here. Where did she go?" The woman looked at us and said, "No, I'm Becky. I'm your babysitter." I looked at her and told her, No, there was this girl looking after us. She went to go see who was trying to open the door when you got here." She looked at us like we were crazy and said, "What are you talking about? I'm your babysitter." I think all of us were quite confused. I tried to explain to her what had happened, but instead of listening to us, she called our parents and asked if they had booked a different babysitter. They said no and then asked why. She explained her weird situation. They both said that they would be back in the morning, then told us to lock all the doors and windows after making sure that no one else was inside. We didn't know how to react and just went to sleep after that. That night, I woke up to the sound of tapping on my window. I looked out into the moonlight, and to my horror, I saw this girl's silhouette by the window. It was thinner now, much skinnier. I hid under my blanket and tried to fall asleep, but I couldn't, knowing that it was watching. Ever since then, I never did have another encounter with that thing. I do not know if it was paranormal. Perhaps it was a Wendigo trying to trick us into being devoured. All I know is that I hope it never happens again. Wendigo at Ochingian. From Aiden C. Location, Scotland. A couple of years ago, my scout group went to Ochingian for 3 weeks. Nothing too bad, just a simple camp. But me and a few others were tasked to venture deep into the woods and set up camp. The first few days were fun, but around 12 p.m. one night, the tent flaps suddenly flew open. There was a cold breeze which smelled strongly of copper, and then the forest just went quiet. The following morning, we were heading back, which would take a few more days, but before we left, we saw strange footprints and noticed that some of the trees had the bark torn right off of them. On our way back, we heard my friend's voice, and for the sake of anonymity, we'll call him Mike. Mike's voice came a few hundred feet within the woods. He was calling for help, but something was wrong. His voice was sort of monotone, like he had forgotten how to speak properly. And that's when we caught a glimpse of something. Something crouched down below the bushes, calling out, mimicking Mike's name. We hightailed it out of there and got far enough away that we felt comfortable. We set up camp again, and the next morning we made it back to the cabin. We told nobody as we knew that they would not believe us. I'm going to Ochingian again soon with my school, and I've warned my classmates, but only one believed me. The Monster of 4th Street. From Squidney 22. Location: Manitoba, Canada. This happened about a year ago in December in my rural town located in Manitoba. I was 15 at the time this occurred. I won't say the town's name for privacy reasons, but to give you an idea, it has a lot of farmland and bush around the outskirts of the town. We lived on 4th Street, not so far from the center of town. We lived far enough, though, that you can see the woods from our backyard, a good 50 feet away. I've seen lots of animals out there, like deer, coyotes, and such. We had set up a fence there so that our 2 German shepherds wouldn't run off back there and get lost. My sister Jade and my brother Liam were home with me one night. We were home alone as my mom was working nights, and I was the babysitter. I had just put Liam to bed when my sister came running through the front door after taking the garbage out, crying and screaming hysterically. I was trying to calm her down. Mind you, she was 12 years old, so it was quite a shock to see her cry like this. She wasn't scared of the dark, and she hadn't been for a very long time. After I could somewhat understand her, I asked her what was wrong. That's when she gave me the most worrying look I'd ever seen from her. She described it to me. A big animal that had almost no fur with pale, wrinkled skin. It stood on 4 long, skinny legs and looked as if it were 6 feet tall. She said that it had antlers like a deer, but she could not make out the face as it had been turned away from her, looking the opposite way. I had a sick feeling in my gut, because what she described could have been a bull elk with chronic wasting disease. When the animal has the disease, it loses all control of its brain and becomes zombie-like. I had to make sure what she saw was real, so that I could get a hold of my mother and have the game control put it out of its misery. I threw on my jacket and ran outside to the end of our driveway. I was met with the garbage bag she had dropped. The smell from it was awful, like rotting meat and God knows what else. I hadn't noticed the smell before she took it outside, though, so maybe it wasn't coming from the garbage. I then looked up to my right. Down the road, approximately 60 feet away, was the most horrid-looking thing I'd ever seen. It was a big beast with gray skin and patches of thin fur. It was stumbling across the road in the snow. It had antlers and long, skinny legs, just like she had described. I felt bad for the thing, though. I wanted to get a closer look at it to make sure it was not an elk that was sick. I needed to know what to tell the game wardens to look out for. I got 10 steps from my driveway down the pavement when it stopped under the streetlight. I stopped walking. What if it charges at me? I thought to myself. It slowly turned its head, and what I was faced with will always haunt me. There was a pale face and black holes where its eyes should have been. It had a flat nose and cuts for nostrils. This was no normal animal. It opened its human-like mouth and revealed sharp, jagged teeth, then let out the most ear-piercing scream. I was frozen with terror, and it was starting to move towards me. I turned around and booked it back to my house. I was running faster than my feet could keep up with. I got inside and slammed the door shut. Jade was in the living room with the dogs, cowering all together on the couch. The dogs knew that whatever that thing was, it was dangerous. I told Jade to lock the doors and the windows and to close the blinds. As she did, she stopped in her tracks by the window, because that thing was now in front of our house. My heart sank. Was it going to come for us? Would it stalk me or Jade while we went for our evening walk with the dogs? Were we going to live through tonight? The dogs, Jade and I, ran to Liam's room and laid with him. We lay there for what felt like hours, and eventually, we fell asleep. I woke up to the sound of my phone ringing. My mom was outside the house, back from work. When I let her in, I debated telling her about what we saw, but I decided against it, as she was quite skeptic about things like this. She would never believe us. No normal person would. I, for one, believe what I saw, though. I know it was a Wendigo. I've not seen it since, and I hope I'll never see it again. Before this, only my sister and I knew the story, but now you do too. Deep Woods Wendigo Encounter. From Your Worst Nightmare. Location, New York. I found myself on an expedition deep into the forest. To be more precise, it was the High Peaks Wilderness, which is an area within the Adirondacks. Brought along a buddy of mine, who you can call Trailmaster, and a friend of mine named Nymph. The trails here are endless, beautiful mountain ranges filled with mile after mile of dense woods, the true definition of beautiful and dangerous. After hiking for most of the day, we must have traveled just under 3.5 miles. Trailmaster found a good spot for us to settle down for the night. A slight breeze was blowing in from the northeast as the sun was on the verge of setting. We'd have at least 2.5 hours of daylight left. Trailmaster set out to gather wood, and Nymph went to collect water from a nearby creek. I worked on setting up our 3 tents for the night. All of a sudden, Nymph came running back to camp without the canteens. The sound of her panting, followed by her dropping to the dirt on her knees, was enough to leave me in awe. Believe me when I say I know Nymph, and it's unusual for her to be panting like that. I did my best to calm her down while trying to get answers. "What's the matter?" I asked. Just as Trailmaster returned with a bundle of sticks. "What's wrong with her?" he asked. This is what Nymph told us. She had just arrived at the creek and found a good spot. Just as she began filling the canteens, the cliché sound of a twig snapping was heard. The sound was enough to startle her. The sound originated from the other side of the creek. She brushed it aside as an animal probably spooked by her presence and kept filling. Then she heard it again, except the sound was louder and seemed much closer this time. It caught her by surprise, and she was forced by instinct to look in the direction the sound had come from. What she heard next was an audible grunting sound, the type a male white-tailed deer might take. The feeling of dread washed upon her. She felt as if she should not be there. Then there was the feeling of her being watched. It made her extremely uncomfortable, almost to the point of being disoriented. She rose to her feet and took a few steps back. What she then saw across the creek chilled her. Partially obstructed by trees, a pair of antlers and what looked to be legs, hind legs, stood. She could hear a loud grunting coming from behind the trees. She thought it was a deer. Her better judgment kicked in though, and she thought to herself, what deer around these parts isn't afraid of being so close to a human? She ran back to camp when the grunts became louder and started to sound almost threatening. "Are you sure of this story?" Trailmaster asked with a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Nymph didn't even answer him, instead giving him a cold stare. "It was most likely a deer. Are you afraid of a deer?" said Trailmaster. I, on the other hand, gave Nymph the benefit of the doubt. Nymph, even in her current state, was capable of describing what she saw, heard, and felt. It was her senses and gut feeling that made her run away. Trailmaster opted to go take a look at that area where Nymph had been. Nymph was reluctant, she would not go back, so Trailmaster set out alone. Nymph and I stayed at camp, all while I was debating whether or not we should relocate. But first, I would wait for Trailmaster to get back. When Trailmaster arrived at the area of the creek where Nymph had been, this is what he observed. Footprints, which looked like Nymph's, headed in the direction of our camp, and empty canteens were scattered across the ground. On the other side of the creek, there were prints resembling an animal, maybe a deer. The only problem, though, was the spacing of the prints and how something about them appeared missing or wrong. A deer typically walks on all fours, but upon closer inspection, Trailmaster came up with the conclusion that this deer had probably been walking on 2 legs. The prints formed a trail, and the trail seemed to have emerged somewhere in the woods. It continued for a few meters, stopped at the opposite edge of the creek, then turned around and headed back in the direction they originated from, without overlapping the original set. Trailmaster later did admit that it spooked him a bit, and he felt uneasy about it. He arrived back at camp half an hour later with our filled canteens. As for our camp, even if we wanted to move, it would be nearly impossible, as the sun was already setting. Fast forward 2.5 hours, our tents were pitched, the campfire was lit, and dinners were being served. But due to today's events, we decided that one of us should stay awake while the others slept. It was just too dark to move at the moment. My tent was only a foot away from Nymph's, and there was a good reason for that. Trailmaster's tent had been pitched a good 5 meters away because he's a light sleeper, but we had to move his tent closer to ours. The perimeter of our camp was set with a trap which would sound if someone tripped the wire. It was some tin cans and fishing line. Primitive, but it worked. Nymph didn't say much more about the incident that night, and I don't blame her. She was still shaken up, even with my promise to keep her safe. Trailmaster's findings at the creek only made things more worrisome. Thinking about what Nymph saw and what Trailmaster found made me uneasy. The darkness around us, followed by the eerie silence of the woods and the uncertainty of what's out there, it was unsettling. The sound of burning wood was the only sound loud enough to distract us from sudden faint sounds in the distance. The mind can play tricks on you. That night, it seemed like a dark figure was always standing a few meters outside our camp, just beyond the light's reach. Every rustle in the bush was something trying to sneak up on us. Every sound had a source. It's those sounds that make a night in the woods so magical or terrifying. Trailmaster and Nymph were asleep, and I was on watch. The sounds of crickets at night was nature's lullaby, which was on the verge of putting me to sleep myself, when all of a sudden, it all stopped. I realized I had fallen asleep for a while on watch. Nymph said that she had awoken sometime during the early hours of the morning, around 0400. She found both myself and Trailmaster out. The air outside of the tent was filled with a putrid smell. She described it as rotting flesh. It seemed to linger. A weeks-old carcass already in the stages of decomposition. It was that bad, she said. Nymph, alarmed by the smell, woke both of us up. We obviously had not smelled anything hours before. I did a check of the perimeter and found nothing out of the ordinary. We did feel as if we were being watched, which itself was quite overwhelming. The smell, though, faded within the hour, but only after we made some noise. It was only during first light about 2 hours later did we notice it. Prints from what I assumed to be of a deer just a few meters away. Trailmaster confirmed that these were identical to the prints he had found by the creek. Trailmaster said that it was probably just a random deer. Though what I found weird was the way the prints were spread out. They appeared to pace back and forth for a while, then took off vertically. Trailmaster then noted that there seemed to be a missing pair of hoof prints. It was just hind legs again. But there was no mistaking that the prints were definitely from a deer. What made me feel uneasy was the zigzag pattern of the footprints, which were strikingly similar to the way a human walks. Trailmaster was tempted to follow the set of footprints, which headed in another direction. Nymph was hysterical and had no intention of doing such a thing. She said that the whole ordeal just seemed odd and downright creepy. A freaking deer creature, weird prints, and not to mention the stench. Whatever it was appeared to be following us, and we had no intention of meeting it. I urged Trailmaster to forget about it. Instead, we should just keep moving. "Third time's the charm," I said. Let's not be around for it. We were on the move for most of the day. Nymph was still terrified. Trailmaster did not experience the same feelings, hence why he opted to go investigate the prince before. He seemed fine being on point. Nymph admitted how she thought the creature was still following us. I told her to stay close. I don't know what made her think that, but I knew better than to doubt her. If that creature had been following us, it probably followed at a distance. Then again, nothing would be more terrifying than to suddenly turn around and see a pair of antlers sticking out from behind a tree, or for one of us to be singled out in the middle of nowhere. Despite all that had happened, we managed to reach our destination unscathed. All seemed quiet. Any and all feelings of dread vanished, as well as the feeling of being watched. The atmosphere felt lighter as we moved out of the area. Perhaps we were in its territory, so it felt the need to make its presence known. But we no longer felt threatened. Nothing else significant happened that's worth mentioning. I think we got lucky on that trip. Whatever it was, perhaps it decided to spare us. Or perhaps it was just curious. We simply don't know. I'd like to think that it's still out there, waiting for the next group of hikers who venture off the trail into the vast unknown. Be careful in the woods. Are you getting tired? Are you listening to these stories to help you fall asleep? Well, what if I told you there's a super secret way to get the best night's sleep of your life? And don't you worry, this is not the Wendigo trying to lure you out into the woods. It's the purple mattress. I know, easily mistakable. Created by literal rocket scientists, the purple mattress is a groundbreaking mattress that does it all. It keeps you cool from head to toe no matter what position you sleep in. The revolutionary material is both firm and soft at the same time, a perfect match for any and every sleeping taste. It's unlike any other material you've felt, giving you the most restful zero-gravity feeling of your sleepy life. Personally, I have a lot of trouble with getting too hot or too cold, and I move around constantly in bed. If you're like me, purple solves all your problems. So quit sleeping in the Stone Age. Get a 100-night risk-free trial with free shipping, free returns, and a full refund if you're not satisfied. But if you are satisfied, you can stay happy with a 10-year warranty. It's the best deal in the history of breathing. So hurry before the Wendigo figures out your passcode on the keyless entry door. Get yourself a purple mattress. You're going to love purple. And right now, you'll get a free purple pillow with the purchase of a mattress. That's in addition to the great free gifts they're offering site-wide. Just text DPP to 84888. The only way to get this free pillow is to text DPP to 84888. That's DPP to 84888. Message and data rates may apply. Happy sleeping, my friends. Now back to the show. Bizarre encounter in the woods. From Hussein. Location: unknown. This happened in January of 2019 when me and a couple of friends of mine decided to camp for one night in the woods that were around 30 miles away from my house. It was our winter break and we had nothing interesting to do, so we thought it was best to try camping and to have some fun. It took us a couple of hours to reach the destination. By then it was 1 p.m. The place was pretty nice with lots of greenery, and we soon found a clearing where we could set up camp. At daytime, the place felt amazing, and we spotted a couple of deer as well. We guys were having the time of our lives until the sun began to set. The place began to give me creeps. At this point, I would mention that there were 4 of us, including myself, and we all agreed then that it was time to prepare the tents. We went to bed around midnight. I was sharing a tent with my friend Rick, and my other 2 friends, Sean and Yusuf, were sharing their tent. I remember having a short conversation with Rick before dozing off. He told me how he felt weird about this, how he felt eyes watching us. I told him that he was just being paranoid, and there's nothing to worry about. Then we went to sleep. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. I looked at my phone and it was 2 in the morning. I never bothered to tell Rick that I was heading out to use the bathroom. I got out of the tent and went to the edge of the woods, finishing my business. It was then that I noticed how oddly quiet it was. No sounds of nature around me. I didn't really think much of it until after the events. When I came back, Rick was still asleep, so I laid down gently and went back to bed. Right when I was about to doze off, I saw an outline of someone standing in the middle of our clearing. I first thought it was one of my friends, who also needed to use the bathroom. But whoever it was just standing there, not moving a single muscle. I soon came out of my sleepy state and sat up. I looked more closely and saw that the figure was too tall to be any of my friends, or even too tall to be a normal person. I suddenly noticed that its hand was very skinny and long as well. They appeared to be bald and slightly hunched over. Whoever they were not part of our group. Quickly yet quietly, I woke up Ricky. He asked what was going on. I told him to look outside the tent, and sure enough, the person was still there, and he saw it too. Ricky, though, thought it was a drunk man or some crazy person trespassing on our campsite in the middle of the night. Then he did something dumb. He took his phone out and crawled out of the tent. I followed him in a panic. I was about to stop him, but it was too late. He shone the torchlight on the person, or what I thought was a person. What I saw next has been burned into my memories. It was already facing us, as if waiting for us to make a move. It was at least 9 feet tall, hunched over in its back. It was so skinny, it appeared to have not eaten for years. Its hands were very long, almost touching the ground. The hands were claws. Its legs were too skinny as well, and the skin was white as snow. Its eyes were orange and almost seemed to glow, and its mouth was full of sharp teeth. It appeared to be smiling. Rick screamed, and the creature did the same. Sean and Yusuf came running out of their tents and saw the creature as well. It ran away on all fours into the woods. All the while, we were just standing there, petrified. We packed our stuff when we were able to move again, and we left for home in no time, but we heard that screaming coming from random spots in the forest all night. We loaded everything inside the big SUV and basically threw ourselves into the car. Yusuf floored the car and we got out of there. But I will never forget those orange eyes. Lakeside Nightmare, from Carly 2025. Location, Colorado. It's difficult for me to share this, but something in my mind is telling me I should. I was 19 at the time, and it was a lovely late summer. I was a very adventurous woman who would go on yearly camping trips to a secluded lake in the dense woodlands of Colorado. My 2 female cousins, Cass and Elle, were avid outdoor lovers as well. When our yearly camping trip came up, I remember being so excited. Cass owned a small camper that slept 4, and that was usually what we used. We met up at our usual spot and started the 3-hour-long drive. We got there and were excited to find we had an entire site to ourselves. Lucky, right? I remember how beautiful it was with towering pines, and the lake was so breathtaking. We quickly set up our campfire. The first night was weird. We could hear the distant yowling of some kind of animal out there, but we didn't let it bother us. That is until we came outside the next morning, where we found hoofprints just beyond the camper, and I mean bigger than my entire hand. We figured it was just a large elk wandering the campsite, so we went about our day as normal. When the sun began to dip behind the trees, I began to feel uneasy. I wasn't sure why. We cooked up our supper at the fire and set out for a while. We began to notice that all the nightlife had grown quiet, which made me feel even more unnerved, because I had always been taught that when the animals go silent, it's because they're afraid of a predator nearby. But I shook my head thinking I was just scaring myself. What we heard next is still trapped in my mind. From the trees close by, too close, we heard a horrible screech. It was so loud that it coaxed screams out of all of us, even if Cass didn't scare easily. We all looked at each other with the widest eyes, not moving for a moment, trying to process what we all just heard. The sounds of something moving in the tree line caught our attention. The fire was bright, but we could only see as far as the tree line. A sudden feeling of dread came over me, and I almost felt sick. There were chills throughout my whole body, and I could hear heavy breathing coming from those dark trees. We were definitely not alone. With fast movements, we all ran into the camper, nearly tripping over our own feet in fear. Al shut and locked the door, and we all just stood there in silence, waiting for whatever it was out there to move. And it did just that. Its heavy footsteps drew closer, and I began to feel like I was going to cry. But then it stopped. Nothing but the sound of the nearby water gently lapping at the shore and the crack of our still burning fire. "Maybe it's gone," Elle whispered. I moved towards the window by the door and moved the curtains aside. What I saw standing there has made me fear the woods forever. Standing right next to our camper was some sort of creature. It was similar to an elk, but it was grotesque, standing on two legs hunched over and covered in matted brown fur. Its arms were long and had clawed fingers at the ends. I gasped, and it seemed to have heard me because it snapped its head towards the camper so fast it made me wince. The light of the fire was being blocked, so I could barely make out the face. But I remember it being horrible, looking like an elk, but it was deformed. I closed the curtain fast and nearly jumped away, bumping into Cass. We could hear it moving around the camper now, bumping into it occasionally, causing the whole thing to shake. Objects fell over and we began to panic. Cass grabbed one of our phones from the counter and began to dial the emergency line, but out here, the signal was dodgy at best. Then whatever the thing was attacked the front of the camper. The sound of groaning metal was a sound that I can't forget. In a rush of terror, we all went for one place in the camper that had no windows, the tiny little bathroom. We stayed in there for hours, holding each other and crying, as the entire camper shook violently and the crushing of metal was so loud my ears began to pound. But then, like a light switch, it all just stopped. No crunching metal, no more snarls, no more anything. I can't remember falling asleep, but when I did wake up, Cass and Elle were just beginning to stir. We came out of the bathroom and went towards the door. My hand was shaking so much it took me a few tries to get it open. We stepped outside and the morning light greeted us, somehow making us feel a bit more safe. But all that security was shattered when we came around to the front of the camper. It was a gnarled mess of twisted metal and shredded wires. Whatever the thing was, it had ripped the whole engine to pieces. I couldn't help but think that this thing knew exactly what it was doing. It was trying to keep us from escaping. But luck was on our side that day, because another group of campers had chosen our side of the lake to camp at, and they gave Elle a lift into town. We were home by dinner time that same day. Be careful out there, because myths and legends may turn out to be more true than you realize. The Window Stalker, submitted by Ethan. When I was little, I always loved the gorgeous scenery of my grandma's house. Going to her house was the one chance I got to escape my neighborhood. I loved the large pine trees and beautiful oaks, but looks can be deceiving. After dark is when things take a sinister turn. Just some background information. My grandma lives in a house that is surrounded by thick forest. I found this weird considering my grandma grew up in Florida. The first event happened to my grandma, and it still gives me chills to this day. It was around 1 a.m, and my grandma's parents were asleep. My grandma's cousin was staying over for a few days. It was late, so they just sat around and watched TV.
My grandma's cousin was starting to doze off when they heard a noise, a sort of screaming and yelping. It sounded like Satan himself was crying out in pain. "Did you hear that?" she said. Her cousin was now wide awake. They stared at the window forever, but as quickly as the noise had come, it faded. They didn't get any sleep that night. The next part happened the following evening. My grandma was getting ready for bed with her cousin. As she walked over to her room, her cousin was standing there with her mouth wide open. My grandma walked in and screamed. Standing at the window was a pale face looking in at them. Its eyes were far too solid white to be a normal person, not to mention its sharp rows of jagged teeth. As they screamed, the creature moved away from the window. Her dad ran outside to find it. A few minutes later, he came back, and it was very clear from his expression that he had seen something he couldn't understand. She later found out that when her dad went outside, he found hair and flesh on the side of the wall. He said it was like a person's, but not in a way. I believe what they encountered was a Wendigo, something that I wholly believe. If the window was open, my grandma and cousin would not be alive right now. The Wendigo Invites Himself. Submitted by Trisha W. I'd like to tell you a story I wish I could say was pure fantasy, but it's not. It may sound crazy, but it's my true story. I live in Quebec in Canada. Ever since I was little, I've seen some strange things, but it didn't really bother me. I live my life like a normal person. Whatever mysterious things I've seen or heard, I didn't pay it much mind. Until last month. As of writing this, last month for me was last October. Something strange happened. It began with a nightmare, the most horrible nightmare I've ever had. My room was covered in blood, and I heard a Latin chant. At least I could only guess it was Latin. It sounded like a prayer, and it wouldn't stop repeating over and over. I woke up in a cold sweat. I remember feeling so relieved to see my room was normal again. I tried to forget the nightmare and to live my life normally again. But the next night, I have another strange dream. This time, I was at a train station near my home, and I wasn't alone. There was an unknown person with me. I don't remember all of the dream, but I knew he was a man, and I remember those eyes. Those cold, silver eyes. They glowed like a cat's eyes in light, and the smell, it was like frankincense with a touch of jasmine. It was a bit intoxicating. I remember he said something to me with some rage in his eyes, but I can't recall exactly what he said. During the conversation, I could still hear the same prayer from the night before. Like a dozen people were hiding in the shadows, chanting the prayer. The only word in the prayer I remember was tenebris. Every time I heard it, my spine would get chills. Suddenly, a woman came up to me. She was young and warned me to go away right now. I remember vividly the voice of this woman. It was panicked and distraught. Then the stranger grabbed her by the shoulders, pushed her hard onto the track of the train, and she vanished as the train ran her over. I woke up, frozen with fear again, with this horrible vision still on my mind. As I got ready to go to work, I began to feel sick. My stomach was in knots, like it had lava in it, and I felt so dizzy. Soon the pain was so much, I found it hard to move. I had no choice but to call in sick, only for things to soon get much worse. I tried to sleep it off, but when I woke up it felt worse, and oddly, despite feeling so sick, I felt famished. I got up to go to the fridge to get some food, but everything I tried to eat tasted awful, and everything I swallowed made my stomach more sour. I was beginning to think that I was just sick. That's why things didn't taste and feel the same. The smell of the food was even horrible, which was strange. I ended up going to the doctor and then to a specialist, but they didn't seem to find anything wrong with me. My body looked healthy and functional, but I just couldn't eat anymore. Later on in the week, after downing smoothie after smoothie to keep my nutrition up, no matter how disgusting it got, I noticed something terrifying. I had meat in the fridge. Every time I'd open the fridge, I'd see it, and my mouth would water. I tried cooking some, but the more done it got, the more disgusting it'd smell. I cooked it extremely rare, almost blue in fact, and I tried a piece. And honestly, I don't think I remember anything tasting so exquisite. Even though I enjoyed that bite of meat, I threw the rest away, and I cried. What was happening to me? This didn't make any sense. Why only raw meat? I've lost 20 pounds already, and I feel so cold all the time. I'm unable to warm my body, but nothing works. The fever seems to be getting worse. I just don't feel like myself anymore, and I didn't know what was happening to me. I can't work much anymore either, and I try to be low profile. Seeing my sickly visage, whenever I'm out, people look at me strange, and that scares me bad. Now, I've heard the legends of the Wendigo before, a spirit that possesses you and makes you ravenously hungry for meat. And, to be honest, I can't help but wonder if that's what I've been seeing in my dreams. That man, maybe it's the spirit of a Wendigo influencing me. Maybe I'm crazy, but I just can't explain why I'm not hungry for my usual things and why I can't stop wanting meat. The Mysterious Beast, submitted by The Figure. When I was 12 years old, I used to live with my aunt and uncle and my cousin out in the country on a farm. It's because my parents abandoned me when I was young, so my uncle and aunt took me in. The farm was very small and we were poor. One day, my cousin and I were playing hide and seek, and it was my turn to seek out my cousin, who was hiding. My cousin ran out far into the forest while I was counting, and once I was done, I ran to where I thought I heard his footsteps. It was the middle of the afternoon, and I searched for a good 2 hours. Eventually, night was approaching, and I began to worry because I could not find my cousin. I began screaming out his name, calling out, "Jacob!" But there was no answer. I kept shouting until I heard footsteps behind me. I quickly turned around, accusing him. "This isn't funny, Jacob." That's when I saw a shadow run by the trees. I shouted his name again, "Jacob!" But no answer. I stood still in silence, waiting to see the figure again, waiting to hear my cousin's call and return to mine. But what I heard next, it wasn't a call, and it most certainly wasn't human. My entire body was shaking, and I felt like my heart had stopped. No matter how much my mind groaned in protest, I began to turn my head. My eyes widened when I saw it. At first, it appeared like a person, very tall and humanoid in shape, but then I made out the rest of it, most notably its head, which looked like a deer's decaying skull. Exposed bone, skin missing. I heard it breathing heavily, and I was probably doing the same. I then screamed at the top of my lungs and began running home as fast as I possibly could. I was crying and sweating. When I could see the farm again, I finally slowed down, only because I felt safe enough, as I hadn't heard anything following me. I never took my mind off of Jacob, who was still out there. I waited at the edge of the woods for him, praying that he would appear from somewhere, praying that he would at least show his face, because I was too scared to call out to him again. I was afraid it would hear me. I was so disappointed in myself, as I realized, in a situation that could mean either of our lives, I chose my own. I began to cry even more now, then ran back inside the house. I closed all the blinds and doors, and as I was locking up the place, terrified, I nearly ran into him. It was Jacob, and before I could hug him with immense relief, I saw that his face was just as traumatized as I felt. My aunt and uncle soon confronted us, asking us why we looked like that. I told them everything. I was completely honest as to the whole thing, but they thought we were just playing a prank on them and sent us to eat dinner, then go to bed. Unable to sleep, I asked my cousin if he was okay. "No," he whispered somberly. I turned over on my side away from him, and I closed my eyes in fear of the covered window before me, and thus was birthed my fear of open windows and my anxiety for the woods. We didn't see it again after that day, but that might be because we didn't go out looking for it. The Wendigo That Lurks, submitted by TF. I was 20 years old, and I was finally moving out of my parents' place into this old and affordable farm. One day I spent some time packing my stuff and moving it over. When I arrived and unpacked, I cleaned up the dirty farmhouse and found some stuff that belonged to the people who used to live there. It was nostalgic in a way, even though it wasn't my old stuff, but I remember smiling and thinking I was going to be happy here. 3 weeks after officially having settled into the place, I began hearing random noises at midnight. It would keep me up sometimes, not because it was loud, but because it was unsettling. One night, I got so fed up with it that I grabbed my rifle and flashlight. I wanted to find out what was making the noise and put a stop to it. Slowly, and trying to be silent, I tiptoed around outside, but I found nothing. Well, except for the scratches along the farmhouse, and the trash can was dumped over on the ground, with the trash inside scattered about. I was pissed. Freaking raccoons, I thought. A later day, at midnight again, I heard the noises once more. Right away this time, I busted out the rifle and flashlight. I went around the farmhouse, but again, I found nothing. I turned on my heel, just in case I'd catch a glimpse of whatever it may have been, going back into the woods. I did turn in time to see something. It was a shadow, but it wasn't a raccoon or anything small. It appeared to be a person. This fired me up. I had trespassers. I took my rifle and flashlight and began to run toward the trees. I was ready to catch the troublemaker and put a stop to this whole thing. When I broke the tree line, I couldn't see anything, but I could hear the rustling of leaves and the occasional sound of nighttime animals. Just when I had given up and I was beginning to go back to the house, I heard a scream. Imagine what a woman would sound like if someone came up from behind and grabbed her and began to pull her into a truck. That's what it sounded like. Real and desperate horror. There was a scuffle too, and after it died down for a moment, I began to make my way toward the noise. As I was walking towards it, I recall thinking it may have been a couple of cougars or something, fighting for territory, or even some type of mating thing. But when I arrived on the scene, my guess wasn't even close. Instead, what I found was someone extremely lanky and tall, hunkered down over something. The first thing I noted was how incredibly long its legs and claws were. and then I caught myself. Freaking claws. Either this person hadn't cut their nails in their entire lifetime, or it wasn't a person at all. As my eyes continued to adjust to the nighttime light, I saw that they were pale, and there were cuts and bruises all over their body. I could hear it making wet, chewing sounds, and it wasn't until then that I saw what was on the ground in front of it. A bear. It was still breathing, but it wasn't struggling. This thing had killed it, and was eating the bear alive. At first, I was so scared that I wanted to run, but I shook my head and reminded myself that I was armed, that if I could take something like this down, if it wasn't a person, that it would be some sort of internet phenomenon, a nationwide event, or at the very least, I'd get this troublemaker off my property. As I aimed down the sights, ready to fire, I couldn't stop myself from trembling. I was scared. Rightfully so, I think, but I did my best to adjust to it. I aimed, then pulled the trigger. Immediately, the beast screamed, in the way that you rat-tail somebody and their body stiffens out like a board. I gasped as I saw that at full height, this thing was 3 feet taller than I was, at least. Suddenly, its head snapped and was facing me. But, as ready as I was to run back to the house at full speed, it turned away from me and began to limp back into the forest. Eventually, I lowered my rifle and thought to myself, what in the bloody hell was that? As the forest grew silent again, the only sound that remained was the breathing of the poor bear. Some of it was scattered about on the ground, and there was no way this thing was going to make it. Unable to move closer out of fear, from where I was, I pointed my rifle, and I ended its misery. Then I jogged back inside, locked the doors, and I stayed up all night, basically cuddling my rifle. Later on, I told my friend about my experience and what it looked like. My friend replied with a quizzical look on his face, have you heard of the legend of the Wendigo? My eyebrow raised instinctively. What's a Wendigo? He leaned forward and began to answer my question. It's an old Native American legend. Supposedly, if a human tastes the flesh of another human, they risk attracting and being possessed by the spirit of a Wendigo. It's said that it turns them into something like that, something that's no longer human, but has an insatiable appetite for meat, specifically human flesh. I gulped, and I said, man, I gotta go. I gotta plan or something or get out of that house. I left right away and went back to the farmhouse, wondering if I was going to see that thing again, and if I was it still worth living out here? Wendigo Stalking Me. Submitted by Caden. This is a succession of 3 events that happened recently. I'm still having nightmares from it. It all started in late December and early January. I was walking home from school one day after getting off of our winter break when I heard the weirdest sounding noise ever. It was like a little girl crying, juxtaposed over the sound of a grown man grunting. I was unsettled a bit, but I brushed it off and walked a little faster home. When I got back to the house, I asked my dad if he had heard anything, but he said he hadn't. Nothing else really happened until later that night. It was about 8 p.m. when I began to hear the noise again. This time it was much closer to the house. It kind of spooked me, so I looked out the window where the noise was coming from, but I couldn't see anything, not from where I was. The next day, when I was walking to school, I heard footsteps keeping pace with me from the bushes, and if I stopped, the footsteps would stop a second after. So I knew it wasn't me, because it would take that second for the footsteps to stop after I did. It sounded like it was 2 legs, but that's about all I could make out. Fast forward to that night. Both of my parents were gone as they were at business meetings, so I had to watch my siblings for the rest of the night. At about the same time as the night before, I heard the weird noise again, but I dismissed it because I didn't want my siblings to get scared. Little did I know that they heard it as well. My brother came up to me even and asked me, "What's that weird sound outside?" I quickly formulated a response, and I replied, "I don't know, probably just a coyote or two." Even then, though he was young, he wasn't stupid, and I don't think he believed me. For 2 days, nothing happened, but the day my parents got home is where it got really scary. It was a Saturday, and I was an outdoor kid, so I often went outside to pass the time. It had snowed the night before, so my brother and I went into the woods. We wanted to see if our old fort had been knocked down by the elements. When we got there, the place was completely destroyed. I'm talking branches and parts from our fort were stripped down and broken, and as it had been snowing only 10 minutes before, and the place was surrounded by hundreds of footprints. They were the size of both of my hands stacked together. And again, the snow was fresh, and so were these footprints. We always brought baseball bats with us, using them as tools or walking sticks or for fun. But that day, we held them up, just in case we needed to use them for defense. Then we heard it. It was the weird noise again, the same one I'd been hearing all those nights. I gripped the baseball bat tightly and got in front of my little brother. We saw what was emitting that noise. It was tall and immediately made all my extremities go weak. It was a struggle just to continue to grasp the baseball bat. Its eyes were as black as the night, and its legs were bent weirdly. Its arms had human-like fingers, with nails that looked like they had gone into a pencil sharpener. The thing seemed to hiss at us as it stepped forward, trying to be brave, but being more stupid than anything. I threw my baseball bat, trying to stun the creature. As soon as it struck it, and didn't even flinch, my brother and I turned and ran out of the woods crying. My brother wouldn't stop screaming at me. "What was that?" However, I couldn't and didn't answer. We ran home. I told my brother not to tell my parents what we saw. We kept our eyes out in the windows, checking the forest at every minute, making sure that this fortress, our home, wasn't about to be invaded. Luckily, we were out of the clear for the rest of the night, and for several days for that matter. I thought it was over. It had been weeks by then, and I was beginning to repress that memory, blaming it on our own imaginations, now refusing to believe that what we saw was real. Well, I couldn't deny it after it got into my house. It was one night. I was staying up playing Call of Duty, when suddenly, through the night, there was a crash that came from downstairs, followed by a heavy thump, thump, thumping. Immediately, I turned off the TV and listened. Thump, thump, thump. I locked my bedroom door, and I began to pray. I curled up into bed, staring at the locked door. I didn't hear anything for a very long time, but when I did, it was something that disturbed me.
What was that?
It said. My mind was thrown back to when my brother and I were running back to the house, when I was silent and my brother kept screaming. What was that? What was that? I started to cry in that silence, and for the next 30 minutes, I heard it outside, repeating the same phrase. Then it just faded. I waited up until morning, and I waited until my parents came to the door, banging on it, asking me why it was locked. I ran to unlock it, and I couldn't be happier to see my mom and dad. Thankfully, nothing has happened since, and I hope nothing will ever happen again. Wendigo Encounter, submitted by Grand Shock Trooper. This is a really weird story. I know you'll think so, but this is the only time in my life I've actually believed in something this bizarre. Of course, I've heard about crap like this before, but never let myself believe an ounce of it. Never seen anything crazy myself. Well, it all happened a few weeks ago, which at the time of writing this was December of 2017. I lived in a town in northern Minnesota, on the city edge, and it's still pretty heavily populated, but there's still a lot of animals and wildlife walking around. That being said, this was unlike any animal I've ever seen in my life. It was around 7 p.m., maybe 8. I was sitting home alone with my cat watching a movie. Then, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, my cat, which was calmly sitting on my lap, sleeping, jumped away from me and ran top speed under my bed. I'd never seen her so scared. I asked her what was wrong. She just sat under my bed looking around the room, like there was an invader or something. Little did I know how close my assumption was. Half an hour later, as my cat continued to hide, I decided to take out my trash like any other day. I walked out past my backyard gate, opened it, and put the trash in the dumpster. Just after that, I heard it. There was something in the neighbor's alley. I paused for a moment, trying to make out what it was, when the thing just flat out crawled out, a large, skinny, and bony body, looking more like a human corpse, rotting and creaking when it moved. Then it turned to me, looking at me, and snarled. Next thing I knew, I was back in my house, panting, with my kitchen knife in hand. I ran so fast back to my place that I hardly remember doing it. I closed the shutters and began to wonder what I saw. I waited a few minutes, peeking out of the shutters, needing to know if it would come to my house, but nothing happened. The next day, I texted my friend who lived 2 blocks away from me. I asked him if he ever saw anything strange last night. He said that he did. He saw some stray cats running really fast away from the alley, but nothing else of importance. That's when I realized that what I saw last night was real. At the time, I was fresh off the game Until Dawn. I couldn't help but think that that thing I saw resembled the Wendigo from that game. If that is what it was, I could have been in some serious trouble. Nowadays, I take my trash out during the day, and I always have a knife ready with me, just in case. Be careful standing in the way of the wind. Submitted by Ulashai. Have you ever experienced a really windy day, where the wind just seems to focus and blow even harder through tight spaces like tunnels or inside buildings that are exposed to the outside, of course? It desperately tries to find a way out as it knocks things over, sometimes even howling as it goes past. It's quite annoying, especially if you have to walk through tunnels and tight spaces to get home. You can really feel the wind trying to push you back or away. You could say that the wind itself can be claustrophobic in a sense, and some people even try to make it fun, leaning and fighting against the wind. When I was younger, hanging out with my friends around my house and on a really windy day, I would open the front door and let the wind in. The way it would move doors back and forth in the house from its air pressure, its high-pitched howl as it rushed past the open door. It was cool, yet really eerie. And then I'd have to pick up a mess after the wind blew things off the counters. Anyway, on another occasion, my friend was over at my place, and we were playing video games in the front room. The wind was so strong that day that you could hear it outside making the kind of angry sounds that strong winds make. My friend snuck off to the front door to do a prank on me. When he opened the front door, in an instant, the wind rushed into my house, blowing the door open, and nearly blowing my friend back. But what was truly terrifying and strange on this occasion was the scratching sounds. All up and down the hallways along the walls, A deep and horrifying scratching sound emanated. When we managed to shut the door, we looked at the walls, and there were scratches going down them, as if someone tall had entered our home, raked their fingers down our walls, then walked away. When I saw this, I remember feeling so dreadful. I couldn't find any explanation for it, because I knew myself and my friend hadn't done it, and it wasn't there before. We got in trouble for that. Of course, we got the blame. The following week, I held a party in my house, and as usual, the weather was being crappy outside. Strong winds and such, with an addition of rain to make it worse. But it didn't put us off the party mood, as it was a Friday after all. There were a lot of people in my house. People were drinking and eating and having a good time. But someone left the door open. The winds picked up, and I remember seeing him get this devious smile on his face. He turned the lights out and kept the door open. He was trying to scare everybody from the storm outside, and the door suddenly crashing open. But what I didn't expect to hear afterwards was painful screaming. I ran over immediately and turned the lights on. People were crying and running out of my house with scratch marks on them. Dozens of the people that had been in my home were covered in scratches. Later on, I asked about what had happened between different friends I knew, and they all said the same thing, mostly. That someone with sharp nails came by them and scratched up their arms. I was beginning to think that some loser came to my party just to hurt people. But then I heard a few more accounts from people who said that there was one more attendee at the party. Someone so tall that they had to hunker down in order to not touch the ceiling. Someone pale, with long arms, who was gone by the time the lights were turned back on. I've read the original story of the Wendigo by Algernon Blackwood, and it freaks me out knowing how similar this is. How it came upon the wind, how the presence was entirely evil. So be careful when standing against the wind, because sometimes you won't be left in one piece. The Deer Man, submitted by Matt R. This was a strange event that took place in 2012 in northern Illinois. It's 2018 now, so it's been 6 years. 6 years since I've run into the Deer Man. These days I think about it at least once a week, if not more. It bothers me greatly. Anyway, it was the summer of 2012, and I was with my best friend Steven. We had been camping out on my family's property, which consisted of 20 acres of forest. I live on the same property, only about 50 yards away from the forest, in a small house. It's a quiet area, but I do live by a very populated town. It's by no means the country, which makes this event even more strange in my opinion. One morning, as he was walking down my main trail, he said he encountered a man briefly who ran into the brush. He only got a brief glimpse of him, so he called me on my house phone from his cell phone and said that we had a trespasser. I was out there literally within 1 minute, and we were watching the trail but saw no one. Then I saw him, an unclothed man about 30 feet in the woods, crouched down, completely flat, with his face between his knees and his arms outstretched ahead of him. I could see his ribs and his arm muscles. He had jet black shoulder-length hair. It looked extremely filthy. He appeared to be white, and again there wasn't a shred of clothes on him. We began to shout at him that he was trespassing and that we were going to call the police if he didn't go. But still, he didn't move a muscle, didn't flinch at all. We continued to yell again, warning him he had better leave. Still no response. That's when Steven and I decided to charge him. We looked at each other, then nodded and made our approach. As we placed our first step into the brush, something peculiar happened. The man seemed to coalesce together, his skin changing into a tannish brown color. We saw what looked like his torso and legs melting together somewhat. It was like a fluid motion all at once. He no longer appeared like a man. He was now sandy brown in color, and then all of a sudden a deer stood up, its head protruding into the air. It appeared to be a doe. It looked at us in our direction, then calmly walked off, while never taking its eyes off of us. We thought to ourselves that it was just a deer the entire time, but I think inside we both knew better. Basically, we saw a man transform into a deer. A shapeshifter, a spirit, a Wendigo. I don't know. But I do know that what I saw with my own eyes. I still live on the same property now, and at night I catch myself looking into the woods, thinking it could have come back, or wondering what else could be out there. Wendigo in the Woods, submitted by Lou. I'm 17 years old and live in a very wooded area. My friends and I usually go into the woods near my house because we could smoke and get away from everything. I've always had an eerie feeling about these woods though. Always felt like something didn't want us there. One particular night, we were all messing around and walking down our usual path. We noticed these deer were following us, but we didn't put much thought into it. Then we heard a branch snap behind us. We looked around and saw the same deer, but it looked weird. And when it noticed we were looking at it, it stood straight up. That was terrifying. I mean, I'd never seen a deer stand straight up on their hind legs before. We began to walk a little faster away from it. After another 20 minutes, we came across a circle of some sort. It was a red circle and had some animal skulls planted around it. Now we were seriously freaked out. Suddenly, a branch snapped nearby. I looked to my right and saw that same deer before, still standing like that, and it let out this horrifying laughing noise. It snapped its head towards us. It bent down on all fours and crawled, like a person, towards us. We ran so fast. One of my friends, John, slipped on a rock near a small stream and screamed. "Guys, wait up!" he cried. I looked back, only to see his leg had snapped out of its socket. I felt bad for him, but I just kept running. We came upon 2 different roads. Unknowingly, we split up there, taking different directions by accident. Then I heard them screaming. I didn't stop going until I made it back home. Luckily, the next day, I did see them again, my friends, but they were acting strange, pretending as if it didn't happen, and they seemed to blink less than they ever did before, staring oddly at random people. I don't know what happened back there, but I don't think things are going to be the same anymore. That Wendigo, submitted by Michael. I was on the way back home from a week-long camping trip, and on the night before, we were told some stories about Wendigos and skinwalkers, among other freaky things. My friend was fine until we started talking about this. He was freaked out by the topic. I didn't know why he was terrified until he told me later. Something you should know about him is that he is probably one of the most funny and happy people I know. He said that his dad had an old friend that was on a hunting trip in the mountains. His friend wanted to go exploring on his own. Later that day, he came back to camp wide-eyed and scared nearly to death. He told everyone that he saw something strange that night, something that told him it was going to kill him that night. Of course, nobody believed him, so they were surprised when they actually found him dead, frozen in his sleeping bag. Nobody could find out what exactly happened to him, so they assumed he was telling the truth and that there was actually something in those woods. They all went home after that. Now, I've always believed in ghosts before I heard this, and I've always thought some very strange things happen in the world. But now I know skinwalkers and Wendigo are probably out there too. Wendigo of southern Vermont. Submitted by Kavor Hesit. I'm going to start off by saying that this is a fairly recent phenomenon. My first sighting was in the end of December of 2017, the other just last week. I'm 17 years old and live in a small town in southern Vermont called Springfield. My house is situated on the outside edge of town, nestled in a medium-sized patch of forest. My family owns a pig farm, with only a small fraction of our herd actually being on my house's property. We also have 2 dwarf goats, 4 dogs, and an old pet turkey. Now, getting into the first sighting, I remember it being a little past 8 p.m., so it was well past dark. I was outside at the time, heading back to the house after tossing some garbage in the dumpster. The dumpster was situated just in front of the garage barn, about 40 yards from the house. So about 10 feet from the door, a loud sound catches my attention, making me freeze and turn. I had my headphones in at the time, which just goes to show you how loud the sound was. I turned just in time to see something skinny and vaguely humanoid and pale gray in color. It jumped from the ground to the roof of the garage before quickly crawling to the other side where I could no longer see it. Spooked, I hurried back inside, texting my best friend about what I just saw. For privacy reasons, let's call her Dee. Dee trusted me and believed me when I told her. She was just as creeped out about it as well, telling me to be careful. The second sighting was longer and much more terrifying. It was late and dark again, and I was outside with my dog. To my back was a pathway of sorts that led to the backyard, and beyond that, the woods. The path is big enough for vehicles to drive down, and it's not that long of a path. To my right at that moment was a steep drop-off full of trees, the main road at the end of the drop-off. While waiting for my dog to do his business, I was looking up at the night sky, wishing he'd hurry because I was freezing. A loud growl from him makes me look down. He's a very timid dog for his kind of breed, which is why the growl surprised me. He was staring at something behind me, his fur standing on end. His ears were flat against his head, and he was snarling at whatever was behind me. Instantly nervous, I slowly turned, my flashlight's beam landing right on whatever it was. My heart jumped up into my throat, and I could not move. This thing looked to be what had jumped into the garage roof a few weeks prior. It was crouched down onto all fours, almost skeletal thin, covered in short, whitish fur, and staring right at me. Its face reminded me of a bobcat's skull, but much larger. Its lower jaw stuck out in front of its top, its eyes empty sockets. It also had darkly colored antlers sprouting from its head. I could see that its hands, yes hands, were thin as well, and the fingers ended in sharp, black claws. I could not see its feet, as its back legs were partially hidden by a snowbank. We stared at one another for nearly a minute, my dog now cowering behind my legs. It suddenly lets out a shriek that, if I was asked to describe, sounded like a mix between an injured pig's squeal and a woman's scream. The volume of it made me cringe with discomfort. It hissed at me before leaping down into the drop-off, branches snapping. I immediately unfroze, running inside and slamming the door. I felt safer inside, where I could be protected and safe. I once again told Dee about the experience. It took me a few days to do so, but I drew out the creature. The longer I look at it, the more I believe it was a Wendigo. I have a feeling that this won't be the last time I saw this thing. I can't avoid going outside, but I can avoid going unarmed. Unknown Entity in the Texas Hill Country. Submitted by Jeffrey K. The entity of San Saba County, Texas. Seriously, I don't know what this thing was, and I'm hoping to gain some insight on what it might have been. I've seen and heard plenty of normal things out there, before and since, but nothing like this. One night on a ranch in the Texas Hill Country, in 2012, I think it was, in the summer, my friend and I took a ride around the property on an ATV, armed with a 410 and a 22 LR, looking for feral hogs and raccoons. It's about a 700 or so acre hunting lease, about a square mile crisscrossed with 2 tracks, wildlife trails, and dry creek beds. The 2 tracks mostly connect to each other. One is irrelevant because it was all reclaimed by foliage. We didn't go there. The other 2 track that doesn't circle back to the main 2 track goes to and along the western and southern fence lines, the farthest parts of the property from the main camp. This area has dense tree cover as well, like no other part of the property. This makes it even darker at night, but not ominous. Not until this night in particular. We had driven almost the entire property without seeing anything but the occasional white-tailed deer, if that. Undeterred, we pressed on to the far trail. We made it about halfway to the southwest corner when we felt the temperature change in the blink of an eye, which it often does, so no big deal. It had already done it at least one other time that night. But then it happened. Out of nowhere, that dreaded feeling of being watched. I'd only felt it one other time, a month or 2 earlier on the main 2 track that is closest to the southwest corner. But back then, the feeling was negligible to the point that I could ignore it. But not this time. This was overwhelming. Both of us felt it. In fact, my friend brought it to my attention before I could say anything. So we stopped the ATV to look around, briefly. We used a big spotlight, and we didn't see anything. Then we heard the snap of a twig. My friend cocked his revolver and immediately pointed it in the direction of the sound, when, out of the darkness, came a tiny baby cottontail rabbit. Yep, that was all. But why would it come toward us? His instinct should have been to bolt away from us. We almost annihilated it out of reflex, not to mention we were a bit spooked by then. Instead of destroying it, we turned around and got out of there, back to camp. This was strange. We never got jumpy like that. We've dealt with other strange occurrences, like a raccoon smacking my friend in the head through our tent the previous winter, among other things. So why was this so different? Why did this bother me so much? We didn't tell my dad about it because we really didn't see anything, didn't even know what to think, but we vowed to return with bigger protection. Now here's where it gets weirder. Months later, we finally had time to return to the property. Naturally, we decided to go back out to that area with a 12 gauge and something else, something bigger than my 22 LR. This time we were on foot. It was night and the sky was clear. We made it about half a mile out of camp, when out of nowhere, there was a downpour, so we had to bolt right back. The second we got there, like someone flipped a switch, it stopped as suddenly as it started. We changed into dry fatigues and set out again. We probably could have made it out there, but we figured it would have just started pouring on us again. So we called it a night. It felt like something was keeping us out of there at night, and it was pretty good at it, as we've only returned by day and saw nothing. Several months later, I ventured outside to that area during the day more than once. Ever since, I stay away from that area. I choose not to venture out there in the middle of the night, but that doesn't mean I won't look in that area's direction when I'm camping out there. I've heard things, weird calls and screams, a gurgling sound,
I've seen a silhouette once that looked thin and human, but nothing more. I'd like to take a truck out there one night, but I won't do it alone. I won't go on foot. Whatever is out there, it only comes out at night. I know there isn't a lot to go on. What kind of ghost or demon or creature is this? I've dealt with pigs and raccoons at night a lot, and this definitely wasn't that. But there have been sightings of Wendigo near Austin and Carswell, which is extremely close to where we were, and I believe that Wendigo makes more sense than anything else. Maybe I'll see it one day. Maybe I'll get rid of it before it tries to get rid of me. It attacked my horse. Submitted by Elise B. This all started when I was making myself some pasta. I live in a merry little house deep in the woods of Indiana. This makes me pretty isolated, which honestly it isn't really a bad thing. No Jehovah's Witnesses, no door-to-door salesmen. It's a peaceful little place. The nearest house, or any sign of civilization really, is several miles away. My house is near this little abandoned dirt road that goes into the city about 10 miles away, which is sort of a long way to go if you need help or anything like that. But I love being surrounded by nature. Just woods for miles and miles. Behind my home is a big field enclosed by a fence, which is where I keep my horse. She's a big, sturdy old draft horse that isn't fazed by anything, and her name is Andromeda. She's the calmest, bravest horse I've ever known. You could fire a cannon 5 feet away from her, and she wouldn't flinch. She has pitch black fur, save for the little white dots all over her back, like some sort of constellation, which gave her her name. I love to gallop bareback through the forest with her. We've encountered mountain lions, bobcats, and even seen a few black bears, and she hasn't bolted once. Well, not without my say-so. Anyway, it was the middle of winter, and as any resident of Indiana can tell you, it snows a lot. Andromeda has a little barn on one side of the field, which is always open and filled with hay. It's been there for over 70 years. Half of it has already fallen down. It still has a roof though, and that's where Andromeda was when this happened. I was in the kitchen making pasta for myself. I had the water on the stove with the pasta sitting nearby. It was very late, around 9:30. The water was close to boiling, so I was holding the pot by the handle and getting ready to add the spaghetti, when something caught my eye. I have a big sliding glass door in my kitchen that leads outside to Andromeda's field, so that way I can check on her. She was in her barn still, but neighing and shying away from something. In the 7 years I've had her, I've never seen her do that. But something was definitely wrong. She was rearing up on her hind legs, snorting and stamping at something. And then I saw it. There was a large shape in the snow creeping toward her. Mind you, the snow was up to Andromeda's ankles, so this thing was sort of swimming on top of the snow toward her. She couldn't get out of the barn for fear of slipping. But the shape itself, it resembled something like a very large, but emaciated, malnourished wolf. But its movements were not that of a wolf. Its legs were far too long, as was the snout, and there was something on its head that looked suspiciously like antlers. I remember thinking, no, I must be imagining this. Coyotes and wolves don't have antlers. The thing cleared the snow and was now under the roof of the barn. Andromeda was now in defense mode, rearing up to show her sharp hooves. I realized how big this thing was. It must have been 8 feet long, a predator that could easily take down my horse. That thought infuriated me. I was not going to let this thing take my Andromeda. She was my only companion out in these woods.
And then I heard a high-pitched whinny from her. She was limping, getting as far away from this thing as she could. I saw a gash across her back. It didn't look too serious, but I was now indignant. I threw on my snowshoes and grabbed the first thing I thought of that could protect me, which was a dull antique Japanese sword that was one of my collectibles. Then I walked outside, immediately forgot how crunchy snow could be. Right away, the thing heard me and faced me. I froze. I remembered I could take down this starving thing with a sword, and that's when it stood up on its legs. It was tall, very tall. It must have been at least 10 feet from head to toe, because it towered over me at twice my height. This wasn't a wolf. It was a deer. Its head was, anyway. And I was not mistaken about seeing antlers. Those were huge as well. It must have been a 16-pointer. But its face was wrong. It looked diseased, as though it had passed a long time ago. Those eyes were horrifying. One was simply a mass of scarred black tissue. The other was sharp and smart. The body altogether was humanoid, but the legs bended like a deer's. Its arms were human-like, only they were extremely long and terribly thin, the hands reaching almost to the knees, fingers tipped with sharp claws. There was a red liquid on those claws that was steaming, and I could see a thin layer of fur on its body. I could sense an intelligence in this strange animal, but I was no less terrified. It raised its head and let out a sound halfway between a scream and a growl. It chilled me to my very core. My knees wobbled, and I almost dropped the sword. Then it charged straight at me. Luckily, the snow was deep, and it wasn't very fast, though this didn't deter it. It pounced from 20 feet away, and I dove to my side, too scared to use my weapon. But something had injured it. Maybe it landed on its body wrong. Maybe it hit something under the snow that it couldn't see. But the next thing I knew, it was shrieking in pain and bounding off into the woods. Both Andromeda and I were extremely shaken. We were both attacked by some sort of horrible, decaying monster. But she was hurt. I came over to look at the wound and she nuzzled me for comfort. The cut wasn't too deep. She'd be able to walk and run. I dug a path through the snow, then I led her back to my house. I put her in the garage where she would be safe and warm, and there I cleaned and stitched the wound. I put a bandage on her, gave her some apples, and she seemed fine. But I knew she'd probably be better off seeing a vet as soon as possible. Lord knows how dirty that thing's claws may have been. I believe what we encountered that night was a Wendigo, a Native American monster that is born in the driest places of the desert and has a hunger for flesh that cannot be satisfied. It's been a year since then, and we got a proper barn for Andromeda. She's still as sturdy and strong as before, and the cut on her back has completely healed. The next time this thing tries to attack us, it will regret it very, very much. I'll be ready for it. It won't be escaping into the woods alive next time. The Woodland Wendigo, submitted by Declan. I was out late one night, like I usually am. I lived far from anyone or anywhere. Smack bang in the middle of the forest was more so right. It was a thundering night, rain pelting the road as I drove home. My house was one of those fancy logger houses in the middle of the woods, but just a small 2-story shack. The main road curved and twisted through the forest. It was a complete nightmare for me, but luckily I lived down a dirt road. The rain continued as I drove down the road, and soon I came upon my barbed wire fence. I drove into the garage and closed it with my keys in my hands, and that's when I heard the screech. I assumed it was a wild deer or boar getting stuck in the fence, I groaned as this usually was a pain to do. I had to grab my wire clippers and a flashlight, then go free some animal that had stuck itself. I headed into the direction of the screech, the noise lingering for a bit. I soon reached the area of where the fence was, where the sound had been coming from. But oddly enough, it was coming from an open area where there was no fence at all. I flicked on the flashlight and shined it in front of me, and there it was, crouched on the ground, a matted, pale figure, chewing on a deer that must have been too slow to get away. I held my breath as I saw the horrid sight. I slowly crept back. I could hear its deep breathing and munching. Crack. A branch broke under my foot, with my flashlight still shined on the thing. It stopped chewing, then slowly stood up and turned to face me. Its body was mangled and partially decomposed. I could see maggots eating away at it. Its long, lanky arms held the deer by its antlers, but it was its face that got me going, as in running. It was like a deer's face, but just bone with a little skin on it, dark, soulless eyes staring at me. I froze with fear. It screamed at me. Before taking a step towards me, I panicked. I did what I thought I had to and threw the wire clippers at it. I hit it in the chest, making it jump, and the clippers fell to the ground. It screamed. Then I turned and ran as fast as I could. I reached the house, locked the door, and turned the lights off. I hid, panicked at what I just experienced. I peeked through the door window out into the darkness at one point, but I saw nothing. Just a quiet and still night. Ever since then, I've never left the house around dark or ventured out at night around those woods. It was a deer that evening, but it could be me next if I don't watch out. Wendigo, submitted by Ilya. I grew up in Russia, so of course I didn't know anything about Native American stories or folklore. When it came to cryptids, the most I knew of were Bigfoot and Mothman. When I turned 20, I moved to Utah to start fresh, so to speak. I remember dating this girl who was native, and she told me about these stories and what to do to protect myself from the different entities or different spirits. But back then, I was a skeptic. I ignored it, though I did consider it intriguing, as it was part of her culture. Pretty soon, I bought this property on the outskirts of town. It was about 100 meters away from a forest, and beyond that, it broke off into badlands. I would go hunting and wood collecting in these forests all the time. After about a month of living in this house, I began to notice weird prints in the grass and in the mud. But the thing that got me were the handprints. I shrugged it off, thinking it may have been city kids trying to prank some foreigner, so for a while I kept it out of my mind. It wasn't until 2 weeks later that I began to notice the footprints and handprints were getting much closer to my house. Sure, it worried me, but I didn't seriously think I was in any danger or anything like that. Weeks went by and there was nothing, so before I knew it, these strange tracks were at the back of my mind. There was a day I'd gone hunting and scored a deer. I brought it back and began to skin it. But all the while I was doing that, there was a strange coppery smell, and it wasn't coming from the deer. There was a direction to it, and it seemed to linger behind me. I even got up close to the deer and sniffed it, and it definitely wasn't coming from that. Anyway, my dog named Kazan, he's an Anatolian shepherd, and I've seen him take down coyotes and badgers easily. He was sitting in my bed and just growling angrily at the window. He did this all night. In the morning, I went outside to see that the deer carcass,
the one I disposed of. It had broken ribs and leg bones that had been snapped, like it was nothing, and it hadn't been chewed through. It was broken. I was beginning to feel worried. I asked my girlfriend, and she led me to her elders, and to them I explained my problem. I don't know if they refused to help me for whatever reason, but they said that there was nothing that I could do. After several weeks went by, I decided to go hunting again after getting my courage back up. But the moment I stepped into the woods, literally everything went silent. One moment, the birds and crickets were chirping, and then the next they just stopped. I figured it was because I stepped in the woods and were all checking me out or something. I tried to take my mind off of it. After a few minutes, I arrive at my tree stand and climb up. But that overwhelming smell of copper again, it seemed to surround me. I was practically gagging, and then, a few meters away, I see something. It's sprinting through the undergrowth at a decent speed, then suddenly comes to a dead stop and stands up a good 3 meters tall. It sticks its head up, and that's when I see a skull, like an elk's skull, on its head. It lowers itself back to the ground, then begins to look around until our eyes meet. Instantly, a voice spoke to me in my mind, a voice that wasn't my own. It said, "Run." Was it talking to me? Was it warning me or threatening me? I waited for the monstrosity to step back away into the woods, and once it did, I listened to its command and I ran back home. What I discovered was when I go hunting and bring nothing back, I see the thing on the edge of my property, just watching me. My dog will bark at it all night, but when I do get something, it takes the remains of what I'm done with, but it leaves me alone. I don't know if this is some sort of symbiotic relationship we have, or if it's waiting for something. Either way, it terrifies me to no end. Crawl Space. Submitted by Quarrel. Way back when, I lived in the woods with my grandparents. I must have been 13 years old at the time. Old enough to know that there was nothing in the dark to be scared of, but young enough to know that that wasn't true. The house was old and always creeped me out. Every little step you took made the wood creak. Everything was eerily silent at night, and the only sound you'd hear was the howling of a coyote in the nearby woods. What really freaked me out about this house, though, was that in my room, there was an attic crawl space just above my head. The door to it was always just above me when I lay in bed. I'd had nightmares before of things opening up that crawl space when I was asleep, only to slither down and watch me, or worse. One morning, I woke up to the sound of my grandfather's hammer. He was swinging away at the front part of the roof. Some darn animal had gnawed its way in, leaving a big hole there. He said it must have been a rat or something of the sort. I didn't think much of it. Rather, I laughed at how funny it was to see my grandpa so flustered at a little rat hole. On closer inspection, the hole was about the size of a human head, so it was quite a bit of damage for a rat. Maybe a group of rats, I thought, or maybe the infamous Rat King. I shivered at the thought, then smiled. The day went by slow and normal. Nothing happened out of the ordinary. I helped my grandpa patch up the hole. I helped my grandma tend to the cucumbers in the garden. We had some early supper of chicken and dumplings, and before I knew it, it was time for bed again. I remember that night being hot, and my grandparents' air conditioning unit was already too small for the big farmhouse. What air was blowing into my room still had me overheating, so I left my windows open. Nothing wrong with that. We're far from the city, and our neighbors were kind and quiet farmers.
so I figured nobody would want to break in. Somehow the air cooled faster with the open windows rather than the air conditioner, but it was cooler now, and I wasn't about to complain. I slipped into bed, and I quickly fell asleep. I woke up sometime later. It was still dark out, as I could see the darkness through the windows. It was just as quiet as it always was, except tonight even the coyotes were silent. I scanned my room, yet everything still appeared normal. I was wondering what woke me up, and just as I was lying back down to sleep, I heard it. The sliding of wood against wood. It was coming from directly above me. With my head flat on the pillow, I looked up. My breath caught in my throat and I felt like I was going to choke. The panel that covered the entrance to the crawlspace, it was opening. Something in the attic crawlspace was sliding the panel off. I could feel sweat drenching my body as I lay there, frozen and terrified. I wasn't ready to see what was on the other side, but I was too afraid to move. Soon the panel was completely off, leaving a black empty square in the ceiling above me. I stared into that darkness for a long time. The wait was almost the worst part. Almost. Because then I heard the breathing. Heavy, slow breathing. Not a moment later, a hand with dirty long nails appeared on the frame as the thing in the attic began to lower itself down. I saw two hands now, both ending in sharp nails. I saw long arms no thinner than the bones inside them. Then I saw the face, a face that was nearly a skull. There was no hair at all on its body, and there was barely any flesh on top of its bones. What I saw was a gaping mouth, two slits for a nose, and eyeless holes that peered deep into my soul. Now I was choking, gasping for air that just wouldn't come in. I watched the thing descend closer and closer towards me. It inched ever closer to my bed. I stopped trying to breathe. I shut my eyes and collected myself. Then I screamed. The creature flinched, not expecting the sound I'd just made, and in seconds' time, my grandpa burst through my bedroom door, carrying his shotgun. He and the creature exchanged a quick and confused glance before it yanked itself back into the crawlspace. A second later, we heard a massive breaking sound from outside, followed by loud footsteps scurrying into the forest. My grandpa ran outside. I would later find out that the creature was gone, but now the patch in the roof had basically exploded, and the hole had been busted open, much wider than before. Whatever it was made its escape through that hole, but something tells me it had made that hole its entrance as well. The entire day, it had been in that attic, waiting for some sinister purpose, and what it was, I have no clue. It was a mesh of all things nightmares are made of, stitched together in one sinewy skeletal construct, a creature that had been lowering itself onto me from the ceiling.